Very good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the stage is set for week 8 here at the MODUS Super Series. It's a week full of legends of the sport. We've got world champions on offer for you, world championship finalists on offer for you, as well as some stars of the World Seniors Tour. It's bound to be an exciting week.
Using double 12.
Game shot
And that is a
flag.
fantastic
Martin
finish there
Adams.
from Martin Adams. Double 18.
Game shot on the fourth flag, Neil Dog.
Double 19 is a hammer blow from the hammer.
Leads himself double 14.
Game shot on the
Could
first
that
leg.
be the
Matt
light
Clark.
start for Matt Clark?
That Matthew was absolutely sublime.
Big finishers under pressure. Is how he's feeling.
Yeah, Matthew Edgar looking to win on the stage here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Talking about winning on the stage. Good morning, Glenn.
Yeah, I was waiting for that one. Yeah, thank you, Henry.
But what a week we've got ahead of us. It's a week where we've got some legends of the sport in action. We've got world champions in the vein of Martin Adams, in the vein of Neil Duff. We've got world championship finalists such as Andy Hamilton. Yes, we've got some good young players coming in, but we've also got some legends of the sport which you get to reminisce with.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity there for the players this week, and I mean the bookies have it pretty tight between a lot of the players. I do like the look of Gary Stone, but there again, that's not the first time I've said this at the MODUS Super Series. I think it's his time to shine, and I just think whenever there's players like Neil Duff and Martin Adams about, you're going to enjoy it. Darryl Fitt and Andy Hamilton. It's going to be a great week for opportunity.
We'll touch upon this week a little bit more in just a second, but first, let's have a look back at what happened on Saturday night, where Chris landed the big prize. So Lamont getting the better of Ron Moulenkamp in a last leg decider, 4-3. Each of the semi-finals and finals all going to a last leg decider. And Lamont, who just missed out on the Lakeside title last month, well, he made amends for that here on the Super Series stage by lifting the trophy hoist and picking up the £5,000 top prize. Well, Glenn, not just did you commentate on him last week, but you also played alongside him last week in Group B. What was the key testaments and the key character traits that saw him win that title last week?
Honestly, he was never, ever the best player of the week until that final dart. It was a strange old week for Chris Lamond because in the practice area, he was smashing the board to bits. He's a total rhythm player, and when that first dart goes in, but he had quite a disappointing week, and only just to say qualified for the Saturday night. Wasn't brilliant on Saturday night, but a real testament of his character as well, that he got through there in the end. The good players can do that, and it's just what the MODUS Super Series is all about. Qualification is just that, but on Saturday night, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. He's got the talent, and he had that luck as well.
You most certainly did. Right, that was last week. Let's move on to this week and see who is in play. This is a list of players. We begin today with Group A, and there really is a raft of experience, and particularly here in this competition as well. Matt Clark has won 3 weeks here at the Super Series. Neil Duff was a weekly winner in Series 4, as was John Worsley in Series 3. So there's players there that got experience getting all the way in this particular competition.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage now where, players are been here and, are so good on this stage, and straight away you're thinking of Matt Clark. I mean, he is so difficult to beat. He's a very methodical player, but very, very solid. I think maybe too many of the headlines goes regarding his pace. He actually scores big and give him a chance at a double as well, and Matt Clark normally hits it. I'm really looking forward to Colin McGarry. I'm fascinated by throws these days, and he's got one of the nicest ones to boot as well. He's doing really well in the seniors, and up against his good friend Neil Duff. It could be lots of ups and downs in this group here.
And just quickly looking later on in the week, we've got some real legends there. Look, Martin Adams is going to be the eye-catching name, but look, Andy Hamilton, former world finalist, Darryl Fitt, former world trophy winner. There's some big names in action.
Yeah, there's some incredible legends, some incredible big names, and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, Matthew Edgar also in action this week. Right, let's have a look then and see how Group A looks from a bookmaker's perspective then. These are the outrights in terms of the betting. Now, they have John Worsley out as the favourite, 21-10. He is to go on and win the group. Matt Clark, 9-4. Neil Duff in third place. Conor McGarry, an interesting look at 5-1 as well. What intrigues you on this slide, Glenn?
Well, John Worsley is not playing much darts at all. He's got a pub now in Chepstow, and he's not picking his darts up as much as he'd like to, which makes me think that favouritism could be going on just his natural ability and instinct. I know how that feels when you go up there and you're not match sharp. It's interesting that they've gone in favour, but chatting with the players earlier, he's not the one for me. Like I said, I like the look of Neil Duff in this group, and Colin McGarry could be the one who's value for money.
And what about Brian van Dijk? He's a little bit of the unknown quantity in this group, but you've been having a little bit of a chat with him this morning, and you've been talking about his story, haven't you?
Yeah, he's only 19-year-old, really good English, so it was very easy to speak with him. And like he mentions, the fact that Brian Roman has supported him, and he's played at the PDC Youth, he's played at the JDC Youth as well, and he's got a... Yeah, when you look at his record statistically, he's averaged from 55 up to 90. So chatting with him today, he hopes and expects to get between averages of 80 and 85. Will that be enough against Neil Duff, Colin McGarry, Matt Clark, John Worsley and Michelle van der Vos? I don't think so.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Right, this week we are going to put our 8th name into the Champions Week Roll of Honour, and these are the 7 that have made it through to the big occasion so far.
The finishing line.
And wonderful Willie wins it.
The MODUS Super Series Series 6 Week 1 winner, Willie Borland.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first player through the Champions Week is Big Willie Borland.
On double 8. He's going to leave it again. And it wins the week. It is another win for Scotland. Week 2 belongs to Andy Bolton.
Champion.
He may not have been the best player this week, average-wise, but I assure you, he's going to be ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, you win it for the week, the X Factor, Andy Bolton.
Darts were thrown in frustration. It's double 12 for Barstow.
Leonard Gates has deflated. It is the
And the
local
MODUS Super
boy.
Series Week 3.
Let you have your moment. He's wasting no time, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week is Chaz Barstow. He's a happy man. He's a happy man, and he's into Champions Week.
Owen Bates won here.
Has
joined
and
Owen
the Week
Bates
4 MODUS
as a winner
Super Series champion.
for the Super Series.
Cam Crabtree.
It is Shazam Cam Crabtree.
To get the job done. Inside. Gets the double 5.
And the MODUS Super
Steve
Series
West
Week
is
5 champion.
Week 5 Series 6 champion with an average of 99.63. 418 is in that final.
It's Steve West who's your weekly winner.
Harrison's night once again. He's got to the final.
Game shot and the match. And the Week 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison.
And it's Andreas Harrison who takes the title, and it's a happy Harrison here.
You lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Week 6, Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison.
Wowzer.
Pressure required 10.
And Chris Landman is your Week 7 winner. He wins the All-Dutch Affair. It went right down to the wire. Ron Moulenkamp will be extremely frustrated.
Week 7, the countryman, Chris Landman. Week 8 here at the Super Series see two stalwarts of this competition go toe-to-toe. John Worsley won on his debut around about this time last year in Series 3 up against Matt Clark, who's looking to join Steve West in making it 4 Champions Week appearances. Some way to start off a week. Joining Glenn Dunn in the commentary box, it's a very good morning and a very happy new year to Chris Mason.
Happy New Year to you as well, Henry, and good morning, everybody. Welcome back. A great little lineup we've got for them this week, Glenn.
Yeah, and 2 players on here who know how to win on this stage, and Matt Clark is just that classic where he said his career was going absolutely nowhere. He was living in an area where he was just barely getting a game of local league, and this man in your picture, John Worsley, is the favourite for Group A, but speaking to him earlier, Chris, he's got a pub now in Chepstow, and he's not playing as much regular darts now, just barely getting a game of Super League, so that favouritism tag might have been a bit of a surprise to him.
First leg, it's
refereed by
John
that
to
managed
throw
picture,
first.
Owen Binks.
Game on.
Matt Clark, very, very tough to beat on this stage, so it'll be a good start for Worsley if he can come out the traps nicely in this game, and no better start than the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Matt Clark just
81.
doesn't fail to make finals. Super consistent. Like you say, he's tough to beat. If you're a rhythm player, he will bog you down by the look of it, using new darts with some success.
140.
Yeah, it's like that torpedo shaped dart, isn't it?
Yeah, they were very popular years ago, weren't they? You may see with John Worsley that he can play himself into form. That's the beauty of being in Group A.
Yeah, and there's that regular sort of style flight and stem, but they're slightly
60.
different. A lot of the grip in the centre of the barrel there, but using that torpedo shaped. Maybe ask Matt during the week of the reasons behind that, but I never like to put thoughts in the mind while they're playing. But good early start from both players here.
140.
If John Worsley hasn't been practicing, my mind sort of went back to the fact that if he's not really match sharp, this could have been a really tough opener, but a decent start and on a finish after 9 darts.
Certainly looks comfortable enough.
100.
No doubt he's done what probably we do and try and cram in a month's worth of practice in about 3 days.
Well, it seems to be working. This would be some start. It's double 10 for an absolute beauty.
Game
well, I think John Worsley was winding me up earlier when he said he hasn't been practicing, because that's a 12-darter opener, a 140 to boot. And that is a beautiful start.
Matt to throw first.
And if he was lacking in confidence, that would have gone out of the window. Because that was the ideal start.
And I guess, Chris, that's why the bookies are never wrong. Because
well, even when they're wrong, they get it right.
Yes, when I was on that stage, I was surprised to see, was I expected to see Neil Duffer's favourite. Looking forward to seeing Colin McGarry, and there's a couple of Dutch players
48.
there. Michelle van der Vorst, who I crossed paths with on the BDO circuit in the mid-2000s, and a brand new player on the scene, and Bram van Dijk.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix of players.
180.
Oh, first one of the week.
$100.
Like I said, it might be in the infancy of this match, but both of them averaging over 104. In fact, John Worsley around about the 108 mark at the moment, and increasing.
And he was telling you porky pies.
180.
It's some start to the day. We will, of course, keep you up to speed with the comings and goings of the
Matt, you require 100.
European and UK Q schools. Good luck to everybody taking part. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And congratulations to you, Glenn, as one of the directors now of the Professional Dart Players Association. And I'm sure you'll enjoy. I did it for a few years,
80.
and it's very rewarding.
Yeah, looking forward to getting my teeth into some situations going on within darts. Lots of changes sort of overnight with the European Tour rankings, which has my first few moans for a lot of the players, but absolutely no moans so far from these two right now. And Matt Clark, this would be for a 13 darter, this double 10. Just to get the game back level.
Well, 8 is in the leg as well.
Looks so determined, so focused as Matt. That's one of his strengths.
Second leg, Matt Clark.
Like I said, John Worsley come running out the traps, but Matt Clark didn't panic. And that word experience comes to me there. Look at him just the way he's calmly just going back to the table there. I think he has a heart rate of about 50, does Matt?
He does have a great demeanour. Remember having a real battle with him 1999 or 2000 at Lakeside, and yeah, it went all the way. Just couldn't break him.
I think I played him in a prelim of a game in the BDO, and he's not the person you want to play.
100.
In some of them BDO competitions, I used to play the postman in the prelim, the milkman in the first round. And he's always a tough player. And like I said, I can sort of understand a little bit more after playing last week that the other guys will be in the practice area. They'll be watching this game. They'll already be thinking, well, these two are certainly in form as well, so... An experience. It didn't quite work for me like it did for you, Chris Mason. I thought you were absolutely fantastic on that stage. It's one of those weeks what you remember because I wasn't expecting it from you. I won't lie. And it sort of was one of the reasons why I had to go on that stage. It just
96.
Absolutely fantastic up there. I mean,
it's a beautiful environment to play.
It's perfect. Absolutely. Despite the fact I played 8, lost 8, I can't say a bad word about everything on that stage. The throw was absolutely perfect.
60.
That's why we often see some personal best performances from players up there, because once you sort of get adjusted and start to feel comfortable, it is just the most perfect environment.
And if anyone can understand how John Worsley is, it's you know, you're looking after your own pub and he's not getting time to get on the dartboard, he's saying.
Yeah, well, you'd think, being in a pub, that you'd be on the board all the time, but
81.
It's not the case, because there's always,
require 108.
there's always something else to do. Yeah, don't blame him for staying there. It looked a good guide.
So many players are using this double 14 now.
80.
Yeah, it's become seriously popular, especially on some of the out shots.
When you think double 14, you think of Mensa Sulovic, don't you? But a lot of the players now, especially the modern players too, using that treble 19, double 14 route.
134.
Plenty of food for thought for Worsley as he looks at it.
For a 16 darter. The move. But he really likes it down here.
14.
I guess while you were all watching John Worsley in the darts, I couldn't take my eyes off Matt Clark there, just continually looking at the floor, just hoping that the referee doesn't shout game shot. And on 67, you're expecting at least a dart or a double. Well, Matt Clark is going to get 2. And once again, just look at that sharp and take a breath there.
Game shot.
That preparation didn't rush the double 8.
Clark.
That is the perfect execution on 67. And Matt Clark is playing absolutely beautiful right now.
Yeah, breaker throw required to
game on.
Go on to win the match with a couple of holds. Thinking about counting, we both covered the World Championships, you for Sky, me for TalkSport. It was amazing seeing the advancement in counting and how early players now are thinking about their outshot. I don't think I've ever seen 170 left more.
Yeah, and I think the best player to do, and that was Luke Littler, of course, because the way he was spraying the dart around the board. I first saw it late 90s with a lot of the Dutch players bringing the treble 19, the bullseye, the treble 18, much more. But I think players like Littler and Jean Van Veen are just, they're taking it to another level right now.
40.
Clark on another level at the moment, still maintaining an average in excess of 102. John Worsley, not too shabby.
140.
Yeah, I drove down from Middlesbrough to Ali Pally and listened to Mace and Paul Nicholson on TalkSport. Absolutely sensational.
It shouldn't work, but it does.
100.
Big bonus for us, of course, went onto the main TalkSport channel for the final. Hour of build-up. Well received.
Made the journey easier.
Now you require
Matt Clark.
126.
It doesn't need to go down on the 19, so that's what he's probably assessing right now. But I just think players are so stubborn. When you see 126, you automatically go down there. Takes everything out of the equation because there's no bullseye required. It's double six.
120.
That's my fear of going that way when your opponent's not on a finish.
For a 12 dart leg. Going to be under a bit of pressure.
100.
Could have been worse.
Now you require 6.
Don't think he's the type of player to split.
Certainly staring that double three, isn't he? Look at that. Doesn't blink at all. Doesn't take it off. That needs to move across the... So it's the left-hand side of that double three.
No score.
That was a long way away. Chance
80.
for Worsley to get back in this match.
Yeah, and John will probably feel that this is a bit of karma, and he's got 2 at double 10. Beautiful first start. Doesn't make the adjustment.
Yeah, there's been minor errors in this game.
I think when you're not match sharp, that's the bit that you'll get exposed. Is on the doubles. Scoring is pretty much routine.
No score.
Yeah, I put myself in a couple of winning positions last week, but I think you're absolutely spot on, Mace. When it gets down to here, my doubling average was awful. It's been a great game so far, but
game shown the 4th.
I think deservedly a 2-2 this match.
Yeah.
But the averages have been reduced because of those missed darts at a double. But plenty of food for thought for both players.
First. Game on.
I've started to put a few hours in preparation for the World Seniors in February. It's available, www.dartshop.tv. Also, get your ticket Saturday night.
60.
Come and join us.
Yeah, good crowd in on Saturday night. A really good night, and a totally different way of seeing a player. Honestly, Chris Landman was never once the best player last week, in my opinion.
No, I caught bits of it, and I was quite surprised he actually came through his group.
$100.
What was your thoughts on
46.
Luke being included in the Premier League, Glenn?
Well, I was asked the question actually by Phil Bars as well beforehand, just before the final, and I said go and ask the crowd. But I think that's what the Premier League's all about. I see things like glorified exhibition. I see things like it's the second biggest major out there.
83.
I think for me, the middle ground is go and ask that 3,000 people in the crowd today. And I reckon 2,900 would like to see Luke Littler.
Yeah. And that's what it is. It's a commercial exercise, isn't it? It's
it's
about selling the brand. And right now, Luke Littler, outside of Luke Humphries, is the hottest property in darts.
Yeah, when putting my PDPA hat on, I've got to look at things like safeguarding and well-being. He's 16-year-old, remember, but he's got excellent management. He's got good family around him. They discussed it as a family, and that's good enough for me because he will be at home 1 day a week. But listen, when I was playing darts at 16 and 17, I wanted to play 25 hours a day.
Yeah, same.
171.
Beautiful approach play from Worsley.
Yeah, so many positives in this match of both. I don't think either player will walk off the hockey disappointed. But the game's in good shape.
95. Johnny require 24.
Well, they messed about in the doubles in the last leg. That's been the only slight disappointment so far in this game. John will want to execute here. Is that too good? Doesn't need to move.
Game shot on the fifth
Much better.
leg. John Worsley.
Well, it was back-to-back legs for Matt Clark, legs 2 and 3. 4 and 5 have gone to Worsley, and he's now one away, making the ideal start to his campaign.
Yeah, and that word ideal, I think, ticks many boxes in this game. I think he's looked really sharp. Like you said, he can be better on the doubles, but I think you're absolutely spot on, Mace, when you said that could be down to the fact he's not practicing as much. But, yeah, his game looks good. I think he'd be pleasantly surprised, because chatting to him earlier, I don't think he expected it to be this good.
Yeah, that's the only area for both. 3 from 12 for John Worsley, so 25% on the doubles. Slightly worse for Matt Clark, 2 from 11. And that's why those averages are down from in excess of a ton. Because the scoring, 7 scores are between a ton and 139, and 7 scores between 140 and 171 in the case of John Worsley. Yo, real high scoring game.
85.
I always feel when this man is in a scrap, you may see him in a couple of 7-leggers this week. Usually comes out on top, you know.
Yeah. Finds a way.
60.
Takes me back, talking about Luke Little, when he played Andrew Gilden. Matt Clark's a different challenge for the players this week. He is going to be slower than the rest. And it's your job. He's not breaching any rules. That's the way he's thrown for 30, 40 years. Your job to stand behind and produce darts like that, John Worsley.
You just have to manage your time and not get bogged down by the pace. He's done very well thus far.
See the adrenaline running through John Worsley, slowly watching them first darts. His heart sank a little bit when the first one in, but we're 136. 102 is not a gimme. He'll be thinking, even if he sets up, he may be back.
Could go 19s here. Treble 19 leaves tops.
60. You require 102.
Yeah, it's a sign it could have been better, but
could have been worse.
Exactly. But this is very typical of Clark. Beautiful start, and there he does. Something that he does, just takes his time, get the heart rate down, focus on the big 10, and the steely focus on double 16.
70.
Chance for Worsley.
When you require 76.
Should get 1 dart at a double. He'd be hoping for 2 if he can hit the treble 20.
And this is for the match. And that was a very, very solid performance from John Worsley. He was the bookies' favourite going into this match for Group A. Had my doubts, but I tell you what, there was an awful lot of positives there for John Worsley. Matt Clark will be back. I think he showed enough signs to me there. There's one statistic for Matt Clark, that 2 from 12 on the outer ring to improve, but a great start from Worsley. Is next up, it's Neil Duff against Bram van Dijk.
Welcome back to the Super C. It's not a bad way to start the week. John Worsley getting the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 2. Both players averaging in excess of 90 in that one. On stage now is the now former WDF World Champion Neil Duff. He relinquished his title at the Lakeside last month, and he takes on the Debutant Bram van Dijk from the Netherlands, the young man who won through an ADC qualifier, looking to make an impact on the stage. And in the commentary box for this one, Glenn Dowan and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, good to see Neil back, and good to see a new face. Is young Bram van Dijk, Dutch youth ranking champion. Interesting to see how he handles the occasion. Up against, of course, a very experienced campaigner in Neil Duff, who eventually picked up his first weekly title not too long ago.
First. Game on.
In the practice darts, Neil wasn't missing the treble 20 bed much. I was just trying to more assess how Bram was playing. He was spraying them about early doors, but then suddenly started finding the treble 20. And 19-year-old is Bram. Very close to Eindhoven, where he lives. Plays in a Super League team with Jerry Hendricks.
60.
Luke Peters, a few names that you might know. Had some good wins over James Beaton, Conor Arbery, Roman Benecki, Henry Coates, but against the players who have played at the MODUS Super Series like Marco Blom, Charlie Large, Jan Van Veen, Cam Crabtree, Luke Littler, etc. He took some heavy defeats there, but very much in his infancy. Played the PDC Youth, JDC World Championships. So excited to be here this week.
Yeah, it's great to see young players
59.
Going through the evolution of their career. Nice enough throw.
140.
Looks calm enough, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think exactly. I think he looks really cool and calm. Big smile on his face when he got up there. He'll be nervous.
60.
We've got a player there with all the experience in the world, the world champion Neil Duff. And a young man just starting his career. His focus absolutely on the development tour next year. He's going to do some WDF. He's really looking forward to the Dutch Open. That's some experience.
.41. Brammy require 147.
On the 19s, which seems to be getting more and more popular 59. On those type of shots. Oh, if he can fill it, Glenn. Would have left a double.
They were the kind of darts he was throwing in practice just before that. Even the most experienced players in the world might take a little bit of time to settle. Bullseye for Bram.
63.
The line was okay. A little short. Looks awkward. Yeah.
42.
Surprised he didn't move after 25. The second dart there.
To be a blocker. 88.
Game shot.
Well, he had a smile on his face at the beginning of the leg, and I can assure you that will settle him down, because just getting that first look on the board, that's that first little rung of the ladder, those little bits of successes that he's looking for, he might settle and see Neil Duff there's deep in thought.
Yeah,
56.
It's baby steps, isn't it, when you're on debut here? You want to win your first leg, get your first 180, win your first match.
I'm still waiting. I had a photo with some of our team here at the MODUS Super Series, myself, the referee Owen Binks and Henry Deacon yesterday. We had a photo, and Henry said, what have we got in common? Well, we've all won the same amount of games on the MODUS Super Series stage. Thank you, Henry.
60.
Got a bit of a blast from the past yesterday. Went to watch a county game, didn't you?
Yes, went to see Babs Lacey.
60.
And the rest of the team there was really enjoyable. And yeah, Paul Hogan was there. I haven't seen him for 7 years and twice in 2 days. But yeah, really enjoyable, and the passion of county darts. I just forgot what it was like. The camaraderie and the laughter. We had a really good time, really enjoyable. Somerset is beautiful,
43.
by the way.
Yes, stunning. Plenty of Fond memories down there.
45.
Oh, it's a good response here from Neil, trying to hit straight back.
100.
I do like his throw.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of Joe Cullen, the way it's coming
Yep.
right on the extension of the right arm. And funny enough, Neil Duff throws a Joe Cullen dart.
83.
One of the world's
149.
most selling dart, the Neil Duff, Joe Cullen dart.
They're a lovely dart. Have you tried them?
I certainly have.
They are lovely. 77 scored. 48 leaves 24. Perfect.
Now you require 88.
Yeah, this 88 was looking inviting, wasn't it? Now all of a sudden you feel it's a must-hit, but that's a stormer of a dart.
Game shot in the
Superb.
second leg.
That's the best
Neil
moment for
Duff.
Neil Duff in this match so far. And if we said Bram had settled after the first win, you can
Well,
just
it's
see
Neil
the
to throw
added
first.
determination
Game on.
there in Neil Duff and the extra bounce in his step there.
He knew that was a big moment.
45.
But didn't back it up with his first three darts. A lot of trebleless darts for Neil Duff today.
55.
And capitalise. So have a little look at the throw of Neil Duff. Very classic, very upright.
Yeah, not too much can go wrong with it, I suppose.
59.
I practiced a lot with him at the seniors and he's nice, but that's very free flowing. I'm just looking at the just maybe
84.
walking a little bit on that last dart is something he needs to get away from. I think replication is key in the throw, but I do like this Neil Duff throw. I'm just looking at the elbow there and checking that there's no lift.
140.
Beautiful follow through on that last dart he really enjoyed. Just looking at the movement here. Looks really good balance, but you can just see it with his
100.
nose on that last start. He's just getting closer to the advertising sign there. Something he maybe just needs to get out of his game.
50.
What we have learnt recently is age is no barrier now in the game of dart, and this young man is playing without fear.
76.
19-year-old. I was terrified. I was shaking like a leaf if I came across someone like an ex-world champion, but these young lads, no fear.
Yeah, it's when you think the game is
100.
almost got as big as it's going to get, we get another story. It was Fallon's journey a couple of years ago, and
81.
we had
Now
the
we require
Fallon factor, and now
107.
it's all about Luke Littler. He has put some serious eyes on the sport.
I couldn't get to Portsmouth this week from Middlesbrough to radio chats and TV chats.
91.
I've never done so much
And you
media.
require 105.
Well, Neil Duff just taking his ascendancy in this match. Treble 15 or treble 19 is the shot. And once again, using that treble
54.
the
Now we
double
require
14
16.
route, but a chance here for Duff.
Game shot in the third leg. Neil Duff.
Oh, it's steady away, isn't it? That's all you can say so far.
First. Game on.
Yeah, interesting. I think Matt Clark has lost the game. However, I think he'd be backstage and he'd be
90.
fairly happy with the way he played. And you could get the scenario here where the winner of this game is possibly going to leave just slightly disappointed, because I think Neil Duff's game's in much better shape than
82.
what he's demonstrating here. And for Bram, this is very much where I thought he'd be. I thought he'd be mid-70s to early 80s, but I like a lot of things
59.
what I'm seeing there. Going to get an awful. He'd be a better player for this week, Chris.
Oh yes, yeah. There's a lot to like.
59.
Of course, he played in anything like this before under the lights.
134.
Still learning to deal with pressure.
$100. $140.
Very free-flowing. Very relaxed, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's no tightness there at all. He needs to fill it, really.
140.
You get to see a 180 in this game. Seem to be moving up the gear. Going to get a dart at the top. No, it's double 10 actually.
58. Now we require 120.
No reaction, but a chance for Duff to take a decisive lead.
Not now. Can't finish 105 in 2. Either disappointment.
37.
And only
Require
37.
20.
Shouldn't matter.
Game's
Makes
on the
the
4 flag.
Smallest
Van
of
Dijk.
adjustments. A nice 17 dart hold.
Yeah, we felt this group was going to be competitive.
Look, it's Neil to
And
throw
nothing's
first.
changed after
Game on.
the opening 2 games. I thought that man in your picture, young Bram, it might have been just a little bit too much from this first game there. I think Neil will be a little frustrated right now, but he's got to
60.
take that out of his mind. It's now a best of 3 game.
And Neil's averaging 75, so he's always going to leave himself vulnerable.
97.
Bram can put, I don't know, maybe 10% on his game. May well be the victor here. He's averaging 79.
140.
Yeah, just a bit more power in the dart and Neil Duff there. They were going into the board with a lot more
56.
power. It's a good sign for me. Once again, can't wait to get to the hockey.
60.
And they're not badly thrown darts, hence the disappointment there. When they were released from his hands, he expected them to be very close. Sometimes you don't always get the reward.
58. $60. $30.
And that is a mistake. Big chance here for Neil Duff. That leaves a 2-dart finish.
Response
140. Now we
down to a
require
finish.
48.
But Neil's finishing has been good so far, 2 from 3.
40.
But we're really good
Brandy
as a
require
commentator's cursing here,
120.
aren't we?
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
Neil. Sorry about that, Matt. Give yourself a chance. Treble needed. He's got it. This is a big, big dart in this match.
80. Now we
Small
require
margins,
8.
fine margins. Chance for Duff. He thought that was in. That tops was a big dart for Neil Duff. This is his biggest dart of the match.
Game's on the
And
5th.
that's why he's a champion.
Neil Duff.
Despite being at his best. That double 2 there, that will feel like absolute gold dust.
Six flag,
Yeah,
it's Bram
feel
to
like
throw
a
first.
dagger
Game
for young Bram.
on. 100.
Surprised. I think it was a bit of a lazy dart, that last dart there for Neil. I'm surprised he didn't go downstairs. He sort of put that block ahead of the 20.
Have a look at some of the
96.
early rounds of Q School. Alan Tabron will face Sam Kanker. One stands out.
85.
Here's a name I've not seen in a while, Glenn. Keith Rooney.
Yeah, I think a couple of people have sort of tipped him. We had our
140.
own sort of thrown a few names into it yesterday. I really like the look of Alex Spellman if I could pick one player, but there's not many to get through that UK. 13
59.
players to qualify. That's going to be really tough. 17 coming from the European one this year, where Andreas Harrison was one of the big
48.
names, but he was 4-2 down in his prelim. I'm not sure if he got through his first game. Lots of players in the MODUS Super Series. It's just a who's who.
45. Brammy
Q
require
School this year. This is definitely
170.
the platform. This is the place they want to be. And this man is absolutely delighted to be here, as I said. Put himself in a good position to go all the way.
57.
Neil Duff, you feel, has to fill this up. Nowhere near his best so far.
121. Brammy requires 60. $40. Neil, you require 131.
Trouble 13. Oh, trouble 17 for double 10.
88. Brammy required 20.
Quite
Lazy
simply.
last one, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times with his last dart. A little bit of frustration coming in. Capitalised by young Bram van Dijk. Didn't expect this to go the distance, so that's the positive for Bram. However, Neil Duff, as frustrated he is right now, will realise that he's got the dart in this match, and you can just see he's fighting with himself a little bit there. I know what that feels like, Neil. Don't worry. I won't be too hard on you today because I didn't practice what I preach myself, but a chance here for young Bram.
140.
To respond and does.
140. $100.
Superb. He said he's playing in a Super League team where he's learning. He's expecting to get averages in the 80s. Well, he's just gone over that 80 average mark now. I'm looking at his stats throughout the year. That's good. Just seem to be feeding off each other. Now Bram's kicked in. Neil Duff's found his game all of a sudden with a ton 40 and a ton. Very much in the balance.
Been a very tidy leg from Bram.
91.
Tidy legs of matches are always tough, but a 140 and a couple of tons. Back in the red bit. Misses the 51 for the ball. Just has to tidy up.
81.
Yeah, Sean there, he's got good character about him. I mentioned this 126 earlier. Has to start in the 19s this time. Double six. Well, he saved his best shot right at the end in Neil Duff because he was nowhere near his blistering best throughout that game, but that 126 finish gets him over the line. You can see the frustration on young Bram van Dijk, but he will learn so much from that game. The stats as we look there, Bram just crept over that 80 average mark, but Neil Duff will look at the 78 average thing. I must do better. However, in the centre there, good on the outer ring, the lovely 126 finish, and Neil Duff is up and running. As next up, we making the debut today, it's Mikkel van der Horst against Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we see Colin McGarry on the stage, star of the World Seniors Darts Tour. We've seen him on the televised stage a few times, but he makes it onto the Super Series stage today against Michel van der Horst, the Dutch qualifier from the ADC. It's our third game of the morning session. Before the break, we saw Neil Dove beat Bram van Dijk in a last leg decider 4-3 with a 1-2-6 checker. But talking us through match 3, Glenn Dowen, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry.
First leg, it's Michel to throw first. Game on.
I am fascinated to take a look at both players and see how they find it here on the Super Series stage.
55.
A player I've not heard from in a good while.
$140.
Well, no nerves from Colin McGarry.
Yeah, Colin McGarry's. I'm a big fan of Colin. Absolutely superb player when he's representing his country. And Michael van der Horst is a player I played in the BDO system, and I tell you, when he was very dangerous, a great
60.
player, very, very solid. Let's see, which I've seen on the MODUS Super Series quite a bit. You know how they're going to play and how they're going to respond to be back. Very similar to Ron Moulenkamp last week, who hasn't been playing an awful lot and was using this as a real basis. And I think that's very similar to Michael as well.
60.
Or Michelle.
Michael, Michelle. Same thing, mate.
100. $45. Michelle, we require 110.
Trying to work out. First time I seen Colin McGarry play, and it had been some years ago.
86.
Could have been in a World Championships.
One of my favourite tournaments was the Northern Ireland Open. That's the first time
140.
he had an incredible amount of support.
24.
That's a little bit wild.
18.
Yeah, he'd be frustrated because he did a lot of the hard work there. Just right at the end.
Game shot on the first leg.
It was
Colin
2004. And Colin McGarry played Phil Taylor in the World Championships.
Second leg, it's Colin to
4-0
throw first.
in
Game on.
round 1. Ironically, this year, or should I say last year, played in the World Seniors
95.
Championship. Some 19 years later. Same result, Taylor won, just slightly closer.
Yeah, had McGarry as favourite to beat Taylor in the
100.
seniors last time. Like I said, when you stand behind Colin, it's a beautiful throw. You don't expect him to miss.
Now we played in
82.
one of the World Seniors floor events on the Friday night. I played him in the final. We had an incredible game. He averaged over a ton against me.
80.
I'm just sort of looking at where the darts are going in, and I think it's going to be a good week for Colin McGarry. I think he'll be excited to be here this week. And I think looking for value for money. I do like Gary Stone this week, but that's not the first time, Mace. I've said that at the MODUS Super Series. But looking for value for money, I think the guy throwing his darts here won't be too far away.
100.
Yeah, my only concern is it's very much a marathon, this, and it does take it out of you.
99.
Yeah, 58-year-old now is Colin.
24.
Wants the ball.
99. Shall we require 82?
Michael will start in the centre of the board. Decisions now.
How often do you hit the ball here? Oh, gambled. Nearly paid off.
Colin, you required
Yeah,
25.
double 12 hasn't been his friend in this game. A chance for McGarry. This is the type of practice that these players will have been doing in preparation before going in there. Double 12 was the Achilles heel for Michael van der Horst. But for Colin McGarry, that was sweet as a nut. He leads 2-0.
Yes, tidy
So
stuff
it's
this.
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Late 80s for both.
Yeah, it was 2015 I first saw Colin McGarry. And when a Northern Ireland Open, he actually won it when he beat Mick
33.
McGowan in the final.
$100. $96.
Colin McGarry's actually played at the Grand Slam of Darts, if I
30.
remember rightly, beating Mark Webster in the group stages, but it was a tough group he was in. If I remember rightly. Joe Merv King, I'm sure it was Michael
60.
van Gerwen, because he talked about that Michael van Gerwen being his biggest game he'd played in. Nicknamed the Chief.
140.
Boss in this one.
$81.
Bit again.
131.
Beautiful setup to leave a ton after 12.
Yeah, when he lost to Phil Taylor in the Worlds, he beat one of my
55.
favourite
Colin, you
players
require
in the
100.
pre, Mark Holden.
He played pairs with Paul Whitworth, didn't he? Bruise brothers.
90.
That's his first sign of frustration there, because that treble 20 was sublime. Michael is a long way back here on 176. And the Chief will be thinking, should I go
60.
2 double 4?
Colin, you require 10.
Or should I go direct on the double 5?
Very long point.
6. Shall we require 116?
It's frustrating when you roll the leg, offer it back up to your opponent.
47. Colin, you
Yeah,
require
Michael
4.
just not getting his range. McGarry, if he takes this.
No score. Shall we require 69?
An average buster.
Yeah.
Game show on
Well,
the third.
he really has picked his
Michelle
pocket.
van der Horst.
Harry can see the funny side of it, but inside
it's
he will be
Colin to throw
absolutely
first.
raging.
Game on.
Steam coming out the ears, but you have to forget about that. But that's good there from Michelle.
40.
4 missed darts on the outer ring, Michelle, before going for that double 16. But that's so typical of darts.
100.
Control of a couple of the legs and missed darts at double 12, double 6. Then when you have one dart in your hand on double 16, wouldn't look like he was going to miss it.
41.
And all of a sudden, Colin McGarry is just beginning to have his first difficult moments in this match.
Yeah, he seems to be carrying over the disappointment of leg 3 into
57.
leg 4.
$60.
Revisits without a treble. It very easy for
100.
Michelle to level things up at 2-2. Less. And you don't feel is enough. And
85.
the real wild dart.
I'm pretty certain Colin McGarry has sort of given up on playing big time darts again. And then a seniors, like many of the players over the age of 50 now, got rejuvenated his game. After speaking to his partner, he decided to give it a go.
60.
Like you said, when things aren't going for you, all of a sudden you start hitting those wires rather than the treble. And these are good moments for Michelle van der Horst.
57.
Welcome along to our viewers on
60.
YouTube.
You require 56.
Sure, do subscribe. Forget to
Games on the 4 flag.
hit that notification
Michelle
bell
van
and
der
we'll send you an
Horst.
alert every time we go live and add new content. Take you a second to
If it's Michelle to throw first.
hit those buttons.
Game on.
Come along to all of you watching on your chosen bookmaker app.
What have we learned after now we've seen everyone mess?
140.
Much more than what we knew before the off, really.
125.
Very competitive group is what we assumed it would be.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to dominate the group. Stem.
60.
Those missed darts at double.
Just wondering, trying to get into the mind of Colin McGarry. Is he still thinking about those missed darts? Because Michelle has found something really special right now. And for a second there, I thought he was going back and staying on the treble 20 bed. But after 9 darts, the lever 2 darter, Michelle van der Horst is having really good time right now.
140. Michelle, you're requiring 45.
Just to lead this match 3-2. The lead for the first time. Been he before on double 16.
29.
Fortunately for him, Gary not on a finish, but he's going to leave it low here. Whoop.
136. Michelle, you require 16.
A lot of frustration in Colin McGarry at the moment, but he's put some
Games
pressure on
the
this.
fifth flag. Michelle van der Horst.
Michelle van der Horst looks a different player after those missed darts at double for Colin McGarry. That was the catalyst for his success.
Yeah, well, it was all one-way traffic at 2-0, wasn't it? And Gary looked like he was going to be a runaway winner.
$60.
Michelle can't wait to get to the hockey right now. When your opponent goes trebleless and you open up with your first dart in the treble.
80.
But that will hurt.
Underneath the double 20 at the moment.
100.
Got to resist forcing the issue. His natural ability flow. Another max.
180.
Van der Horst takes him down to 2-4-1. A ton in front. Was on the McGarry throw, of course.
60.
Give himself a cushion, some breathing space this visit.
Yeah, there hasn't been a bad game today. That 180 there from Michelle takes his average over 90 in this game.
Back-to-back 180s.
$42. Michelle, you require 61.
Been an astonishing turn around this game, but all stem from those missed darts at the double from Colin. And it's going to be tops for the match.
41.
Once again, just as a little look over to see Colin McGarry's score, be delighted to see that he can finish on 239. Very much advantage to Michelle van der Horst.
99. Michelle, you require 20.
Wrap it up. 4-2. Trailed 2-0.
No score.
And looked like he was going to go 3-0 down.
40.
That's where you're searching for that first victory. They was hoping rather than expecting them darts to go in the way he was looking. But nothing Colin can do. He can put pressure on with the treble here.
60. Shall we require 20?
Struggling to close the game
16. Colin, you require 80.
Does anybody want to win?
Well, I pretty much had my notes down that this guy was going to run away. 4-0 or 2-0 up and cruising. Bullseye.
55.
Surely no more mistakes this time from Michel. He is searching for this dart, and now it's tough. That's an unbelievable last dart in the end. Nothing to separate them right going into that final one there, and it's Michel van der Horst who gets over the winning line. You can see the relief, you can see the delight, and utter frustration there for Colin McGarry. He had that game in the palm of his hands, but fair play to Michel van der Horst. He fought back for a good 4-2 victory, and he is up and running. And next up, we see the return of Matt Clark against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've completed our first round for the day, and it is victories for John Worsley, Neil Dove and Michel van der Horst, all with the darts. The Dutchman before the break coming back from 2-0 down against Colin McGarry to win by 4 legs to 2. So next up for us, it's Matt Clark in action up against Neil Duff. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Chris Mason, who's alongside Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. Matt Clark will be looking to bounce straight back. You compare the two performances. Clark averaged 91.43, a couple of 180s. Only 2 for 12 on the doubles. Neil Duff averaged just 78. Well, if they play to type, they expect Matt Clark to get the better of Neil Duff.
85.
Yeah, I don't expect to see Neil Duff averaging in the 70s in that match, which is probably the kiss of death for Neil, knowing my tipping. But and a couple of reasons why is just the way he was practicing early. But I think one of the huge successes of sat in this comms box is the relationship between the ADC and the MODUS Super Series. And it was Neil Duff that won the ADC national title in 2023 when he beat Willie Borland in the final.
180.
And of course, on the back of his WDF World Championship, you'd expect Neil these days
100.
to really kick in. I think this will be a really good game, despite the fact as Matt Clark lost that first game, as Chris alluded to. We looked really solid, and once again is back in that treble 20 bed. Doesn't get the credit he always deserves, does he?
180.
Is back-to-back maxes for Matt Clark. You surprised Neil Duff didn't go to Q School?
Absolutely. Gary
60.
Stone,
Matt, you
Neil
require
Duff.
56.
Yeah, Matt Clark. I think Matt Clark is absolutely loving the MODUS Super Series and the opportunities he's getting here. He's got an opportunity to take this opening leg and an 11 darter with tops.
Game shot. Wow.
Sweet as a nut. Beautiful Matt Clark.
Best leg of the day so far.
I don't know about you, mates, but I used to just go to certain venues. I remember there was a venue called Chelsea.
Yeah, I loved it.
Despite the fact there was 1,000 people in there, I used to just look around and think, right, who am I playing in the final today? Because I just loved it. And I just sensed that with Matt Clark. He just loves coming to the MODUS Super Series. He loves that stage. He knows how to win. We are seeing the very, very best from him.
I'd expect him to be
100.
deep in some of the senior events as well.
He hasn't produced the dart at the MODUS Super Series, at the seniors that he has been at the MODUS Super Series. Maybe if we get him on that stage at Circus Tavern, we would see the dart he's producing right now. I wouldn't want to play him. Probably take 2 days.
46. $139.
In the early stages of that match against John Worsley, Matt Clark was averaging well over 100. It did drop off due to missed doubles from both. They had 25 darts at a double between them. Hence the average
60.
ended up at 91.43. But in the scoring phase of the legs, Clark was outstanding.
Yeah, I totally agree, Chris. And it's getting to a stage where all 6 are
85.
scoring nicely. Could the difference be between them as the player with the best double in average?
$59. Now you require 82.
That sent the board for a fat 17. Only just, but double top.
62.
And I was about to say, tops was a guarantee there, because when you just ping away that big number, it takes a little bit of tension out of your body. But
How often do you see it, though, when they're just on the right side of the wire, yet the double flies in?
100. Now you require 20.
Been excellent so far from Duff.
Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff.
And that trend continues. Anticipate a good game here. And good start from both.
First. Game on.
Good numbers.
$43. $83.
Feels so much nicer when your trebles are going in with the last dart. But I think Neil Duff will be just thinking there's plenty more in the tank.
Yeah, he's played so frequently here. He's got it down to a T. And like I said, well, not the last time he played because that was a Champions Week, but he was so relieved just to pick up a weekly title.
I watched him when he was he'd lost one and absolutely stormed out of the building. He was absolutely furious, and he said it might have been 1 o'clock in the morning, but he was on the phone back to the MODUS Super Series and said, "Get me back in as soon as possible." He loves it here now.
140.
Well, I'm not sure what's happened to Dart connected here, but I think it's blew up.
Yeah, I think there's so much interest that
82.
the servers have gone down. Mine's just reappeared. The results already in. Tabern beat Sam Kankett
97.
5-3. Tom Lonsdale. Beautiful performance. 5-0 with 104 average. Adam Lipscomb, the
100.
regular here. He's through 5-1.
Yeah, Conor Heenan, a surprise loss. The first one.
Yeah, that is a shock.
32. Now we require 136.
Tommy Morris, a friend of the Super Series, he's through 5-0 with an 86. Chaz Barstow through 5-2.
60.
Burgoyne through.
Mate, you require
Aidan Kirk.
146.
He's through. There's a blast from the past.
Well, blast from the pass would be nice here for Matt Clark. Remember, this is on throw for Matt. For the first time, Neil Duff just becomes the favourite now. And just he's itching to get to the dartboard.
Now you require 76.
And on 76, you must stay straight on the first dart. He does that. At least he's going to give himself an opportunity to double top. Just the one dart.
56. Mate, you require
is lurking
50.
on 50. One thing he won't do is smash it in the bullseye first dart. Too old school is Matt. There's that second to compose.
Game shown the
And there's
third
the
leg.
execution. He just does it
Matt
so
Clark.
well, does Matt Clark. Zero emotion, zero reaction. Great stuff from Matt Clark. He was
Well,
second
Neil
best
to
a
throw
lot in that
first.
leg there.
Game
Be a lot of frustration for Neil Duff. And he move on.
He gives very little away to the other player,
80.
which is great because it gives them nothing to feed on.
Yeah, if there was one thing that really disappointed me last week with maybe performance, it was my emotion, just giving too much away. And just watching this man here there, that's how to do it.
180.
It's how to hit a max.
His third of this match. He hit 2 in his opening match. He is in fine form, is Matt
60.
Clark. Surprise for me to see Kevin Painter at Q School today.
Just the one day, apparently.
Ah, right, so he can play on the Challenge Tour.
140.
Oh, this is superb stuff from Matt Clark. Really, really solid.
140.
I think one of the traits today is when someone is kicking in, making the opponent kick in as well. Advantage Clark here. Remember, this time it's for a breaker throw. You may see him go for the bull, but it's such a good marker that second dart. Decides to stay there for that reason.
The right call.
Excellent from Duff. This is a good game.
135. Mate, you require 81.
Look at the 12 bed now. The double 13. Looked really solid on the doubles. Same procedure.
Game
Same
shown
finish.
the fourth leg. Matt
Fantastic.
Clark.
There's the shake of the head from Neil Duff because he was looking at the floor then. You just don't want to hear game shot. And once again, zero
leg, it's
emotion.
Matt to throw
Sip of the
first.
drink. Replication is key for Matt
Game
Clark
on.
right now.
Yeah, he's very much a player of routine, isn't he? The same thing over and over. That same methodical walk to the drinks table, sip of water.
100.
Does it over and over and over again.
$45.
Oh, Mark Dudbridge with a good win over Eddie Lovely. That's not the an easy first round for either player.
No, it's not.
Playing well is Dudbridge.
100.
Tipped you to win the Worlds last year, Chris, after you...
Oh,
I know.
That's what happened then.
It was.
100.
After your
No
performance
tipping
here.
me this year, please.
No, I've actually tipped Dudbridge to have the run, and not necessarily to win it. I mean, I quite look at value. You're going to get the favourites if anyone can pick the favourites, but value this year, I really like the look of Dudbridge. So I'll keep you out the equation this time, Chris.
Thanks, pal.
But I do feel if you'd have got through Terry
100.
Jenkins, I do think you'd have gone on and won it.
Yeah, credit to Terry. He played absolutely lovely against me and then played like a Wally in his next game. Standard
59.
stuff.
Well, Matt Clark has not played like a Wally today. He's played really, really solid. He is searching for his first 2 points of the day. He averaged superbly well in his first game of Worsley, averaging over 97 here. Just beginning to see that
60.
winning line now. That'll frustrate slightly. But a Mac, at least 2 trebles needed for Duff. At least.
At best, it'll be a ton.
60.
It's only 60. Matt
Matt
Clark.
Maguire, 141.
6 darts if he needs them.
Yeah, and I quite like the centre of the board here.
65.
And what that does there just leaves that 76 finish compared to an 81, which you might think just the 5 points different, but it makes a heck of a difference as Matt Clark goes through that routine.
95.
Will it be successful again?
Matt, you require 76.
Double 20, double 8. $16 in tops for what has been a very good performance. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. 3 180s.
56. Now you require 142.
Neil Duff was looking all over. He's been second best in this game, to be fair, as Neil. But he pulled out a special finish in his first game to get back, and that's what that Rye smile's all about. I think he was thinking the same.
24.
Chance for Clark.
Matt, you require 20.
Seal the deal. What has been a very tidy performance. Prior to not hitting tops, his average was hovering around 94. 2 for double 4. I like the split there.
60.
I don't like the end result.
Now we require
Yeah, I didn't like the split there.
117.
This is round about the finish that Duff had. But that's good. That's what experience does. He wasn't ready. But back on treble 20. Needs the treble 19. One thing I will guarantee, Clark will not miss
57.
double 2.
Matt,
Oh,
you
dear.
require 4.
Don't wait, double 17, that. That friend or foe. Oh, he's able to use it
Game shot
beautifully.
and the match. Matt Clark.
Glenn Durrant gets a prediction right. Incredible. A very tidy performance. 87-74. Only let down by 6 missed starts at a double to close the match out. But in terms of the scoring phase of that contest, very tidy indeed. Up next, Colin McGarry takes on John Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Clark got his first win of the day, getting the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Colin McGarry in action up against John Worsley. Worsley winning his first game 4-2, McGarry losing his first game 4-2. Watching match 5 in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Glenn Dowant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And John Worsley was just taking his darts out. Was absolutely superb in his opening game with Matt Clark. He was the bookies' favourite going into it, remember. I said, after chatting with him, he didn't give me too much confidence. Against Colin McGarry, I think we'll be frustrated against Michel van der Horst. He was leading 2-0, messed about with doubles in the third leg, and in the end lost that game 4-2. So you've got the guy in your picture there will be feeling pretty chipper, really happy with his start against an opponent who'll be frustrated looking for his first 2 points. How do you see this one, Merce?
Yeah, I like Worsley here. He's been priced up at 4-7, 5-4 about McGarry. But I thought Worsley looked very good in that opening game in spells. Maybe for Colin, who is on debut here, maybe he just needed that one match just to get accustomed to comings and goings of the Super Series.
80.
But so far, everybody with the throw has won their match. And Colin McGarry does have the darts in this one. The trend will either continue or we will end that run of 4 players all winning with the throw.
Yeah, tight, competitive, yeah, but enjoyable. 4 games so far.
100.
Yeah, it's a nicely matched up group, this one.
My mind goes back to what the practice room will be like with these guys. Obviously, Conan Whitehead was our
60.
Alpha male in ours. He was good fun, Chris.
Yeah.
Terrible. I mean, everyone was full of injuries and I still couldn't. Conan White could barely throw a dart. He was wincing every dart I played him on that stage. And Paul Hogan was rubbing his arm. Still couldn't get a win.
156.
Perfect. Beautiful. Outstanding dart from Colin McGarry. That's exactly what he needed after the disappointment of the first game. And that 156 is the highest finish of the day so far.
Here's John to throw
and that will really settle him down.
Yeah, maybe give him that boost of confidence he would have needed after his debut game.
58.
Opportunity for McGarry to jump on the throw of Worsley.
100. $83.
Yeah, I say, just taking control here is McGarry, but very reminiscent of his first game. Remember, he leading 2-0 and cruising.
Yes, that's correct. It only looked like there was going to be one winner in that.
$59.
I said Worsley was a big favourite going into this game, but should go downstairs. But such a good marker, you do. I can understand why he stayed there, but that was definitely not the right way to go. And he still left a bogey.
$140.
Best 3 darts of the match for John Worsley there. Brings him back in this. He's actually first down to a finish, but McGarry's looking great here. Should look at treble 15.
90. Johnny require 161.
This is a great version of McGarry here. If he can put this one to bed, this 75, if he gets chance. And I highlight if he gets chance, because Worsley is a bullseye away from a 161.
136. Colin, you require 75.
Good effort. Whisker away. That makes this 75 loaded with pressure, and it's only going to be the 1 dart at tops for 2-0.
55.
Once again, fine margins. Worsley, that 140, that excellent attempt at the 161. These are good moments. You have to capitalise, though.
Game shot on the
Superb
second
dart,
leg.
John Worsley.
John Worsley.
He was second best in this 1.5 leg game, and then the 140, the 161, and then
Delegates Collins to throw
beautiful
first.
finish there.
Game on.
Oh, your tip, Alex Spellman, going along nicely. I'm surprised he opted to go to the UK Q school.
We had the same conversation yesterday.
100.
But he's tuning up, averaging 103.
Yeah, if I had to pick one player, I mean, I love Rob Grundy. I think he's got a great chance. Obviously, my neck of the woods, so had a county game yesterday. He was okay, but I think he's our top dog in our area at the moment. But if I had to have one name, I really think Fallon Sherrick may do well. But Alex Spellman was my one name.
140.
I did have a rank outside, and I did a coaching session in Germany. You know when you spot someone, Chris, where all the component, a farmer, or was he the farmer or the butcher? It was one of them ones where he had a job where he just can't commit to darts, and I said you have to.
Was he that good?
That good, absolutely outstanding. I said I'll pay
100.
Q school for you, but their team have got him to go to Q school today. Now I must keep an eye on him. His name was Mitzi. I'll have to look in the European event. I don't know if that's his nickname, his first name, but
134.
I'll be looking at his social media account later. This time it's Worsley that's left the bogey, and it was McGarry on the 161, but he hasn't
44.
got anywhere near that one, and Worsley's probably, possibly, is still favourite for this leg, despite the fact McGarry's on the 117. I've got my maths right. That's 93, so he should go downstairs to treble 19.
132.
It's outstanding. This 117 was looking inviting, and now really has to hit it. That's perfect. That's great.
Game shot in the third leg.
Finishing is absolutely fantastic in this game, and hence the wry smile there from John Worsley. It's a 156 and a 117 for McGarry.
It's John to
he
throw
leads
first.
2-1.
Game on.
Yeah. Standing. He missed one dart at a double. That was in leg 2. He had one dart at tops.
140.
Great start to the leg from Worsley. High standard. Into leg 4. 98.87 McGarry. 99 exactly John Worsley.
140. $60.
Dare I say, one of the better Group A starts. Probably put the mockers on that now, Chris.
70 averages incoming.
Hey, I got one right today. I'll highlight that later. No doubt the team will pin that. This is good from Worsley.
140.
He's responded really well here. Was under the pump.
Yeah, John Worsley has been a professional dart player in his career.
95.
Has the pedigree. Like I said, he openly admits he's not in the form he once was, but you can play yourself into form when you're here in Group A because you're going to be playing for 5 days no matter what. And his setup play, once again, is good.
137.
It's better than good. His setup play is fantastic. And nothing McGarry, who once again has left a bogey as the Ali Pally Wasp comes here. Just let it be.
One of us probably brought it with us.
134. Johnny required 24.
This is a big dart with McGarry Sutton double 16.
18. Colin, you require
Is a
32.
disaster. It worked so hard in leg 4. And he's just offered it up. Colin McGarry was finishing.
16.
Has been or was on point.
Johnny requires 6.
156 finish 117. 3 darts jam for 32. Go figure.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Gets there in the end with a
John
double one.
Worsley.
And I tell you what, that will feel as good as the 156 and the 117. Nothing to separate them at 2 each. All smiles all
Collins to
around.
throw first. Game on.
Alex Spellman now 4-0 up, Glenn, averaging 105.5.
Honestly, I know my stuff.
My pick was Dom Taylor.
100.
Don't tell me he's out.
No.
180.
I think you're telling me porcupines.
78. $100.
Gary, who was in a lot of control of this game.
100.
Just keeps him involved. But if you just watch the way Worsley on this front forward press there, he presses it really hard. That's his starting point. He brings his dart back a long way. And he gets that rhythm right.
140.
He peppers that treble 20 bed, and after 9 darts, 81 left.
Yeah, it's a very effective throw.
97. John, you require 81.
One else who I thought would go well.
Game shot on the
As
fifth
John
leg.
Worsley produces
Worsley.
an 11 dart hold of throw to level things up. Reese Robinson, I was very impressed with him down here.
Sick bag, it's John to throw first.
He was. What was his line when he won it? I knew I was born special or something.
Correct. Those averages are rather special.
I think every time we have a game, I keep saying it's been the game of the day. This has been another absolute
81.
beauty. McGarry be thinking, what do I need to do to get on the board? Virtually threw the first one away. He's been super. He hasn't done an awful lot wrong. And then those 3 missed darts at
60.
32 in the 5th leg.
Bit of a shock
40.
result. Jim Walker beating David Evans 5-2.
Character is David Evans. All these ducks around the MODUS Super Series are down
60.
to him. Right now, it's all about John Worsley. Had a disappointing 6 darts here when he's got this match in the palm of his hands. Why does this happen when you see that winning line, Chris?
36.
To convince myself it was first to 5.
76.
The beautiful shirt that Colin's wearing. Autism darts. See if I can find out just a little bit more about that during the week.
81.
One thing
Yeah,
we
something
don't.
he's been involved in for quite a while, isn't it? Raising awareness.
50.
Well, by far the worst leg of the match so far for these two, and the averages have plummeted. And Worsley's pretty much got away with one here. This what happens. One of them has to kick in sometime.
133.
John Worsley's 130 points. I'm going 2 wins out of 2.
60.
This match has followed
John Require,
the same pattern
130.
to Colin McGarry's opening game against Michel, where he looked to have control of the match, and then some missed doubles, and he wants tops.
90.
That was just a little bit wild. He could have took a leaf out the Matt Clark book there and just maybe stood back just a little second there, but Worsley's put himself in a fabulous position.
59.
And nothing at all
Johnny
McGarry can
Maguire,
do
40.
or put pressure on. This is for the match.
2 wins out of 2 to John Worsley. He was the
John
bookies' favourite, and he's
Worsley.
looking really, really good. But for Conor McGarry, he's had those opportunities in both of his first 2 games, but hasn't capitalised. That's something that he will need to sort. Great sportsmanship between the pair of them, chatting away. The numbers were great throughout that match. But John Worsley, once again, averages just shy of 95. Good on the outer ring. A super start for the favourite. As next up, it's an all-Dutch affair. It's Bram van Dijk versus Michel van der Horst.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor McGarry is providing moments of brilliance but unable to convert them into wins as of yet. He had a 1.56 against John Worsley before the break, but it was the Welsh of his second 90-plus average of the day, who managed to run through a 4-2 victor. Our 6th game, the last game of the second round of fixtures, sees our 2 ADC European qualifiers go toe-to-toe as Bram van Dijk takes on Michel van der Horst. In commentary for this one, Chris Mason, Glenn Tarrant.
Thank you
First leg,
very
it's
much,
Bram
Henry.
to throw first.
Yeah, this would be
Game on.
quite interesting. See these 2 lock horns.
44.
Edged out by Neil Duff in his first game. Oh, Neil got the better of Colin McGarry after being 2-0 down. Reeled off 4 on the spin.
57.
Of the 6 on what we've seen so far. These 2 are going to find the level of play
96.
toughest to navigate and negotiate.
56.
Yeah, whenever I played Michel, he was just a really big scorer. Like I say, it's great to see him back on the scene. He seems to have gone missing for maybe 5 or 6 years, but it's not someone you wanted to cross paths with, especially in like an open where...
Best of 5.
Yeah, he was just so dangerous. Never really the same on the stage, and didn't really... That transition wasn't as good, but once again, back in that treble 20 bed,
80. $119.
Yeah, it's great to see these young players, Chris, come on here, but you know, all eyes are on them. Like I said, the cameras are there. You'll have family and friends. There's no hiding place these days, is there?
No, not with the technology. We're in lockdown. I don't think I've ever seen so many 100 averages being
65.
posted.
Michelle, you require 76.
Going off 4 foot as Michelle looks at 76. It's double 8. For a solid start. And a breaker throw.
60. Bram, you require 100.
Well, Bram needs something. That's a little bit of not really sure as a centre there. Just a little bit
60.
hitting hopey.
Michelle, you require 16.
Yeah, he's sort of thrown it in the general direction rather than into the target like that one.
Michelle van der Horst.
Here's Michelle, who takes an early lead. Fallon's Q-School campaign getting underway. 2-0 up on John Bowles.
First. Game on.
That's a tough start. Been chatting with Brian Raman this morning as well regarding Bram van Dijk. He's got the mentoring young Bram, and he's going to help him, support him on the development tour. Some WDF events as well, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So if you're still watching Brian, great
140.
stuff. Any information on young Bram, we'll share with everybody.
$76.
I just feel the start of the day for Bram is very much what me and Chris were doing before the matches, and he has this decent ceiling,
57.
averaging round about the 90, but he's had some games averaging the 50s as well, and we weren't really sure. He felt he was going to get averages round about the 80 mark, and he did that on the first game.
96.
Yes, that range won't be as big as he improves, of course.
56.
He'll develop a decent B game.
$140.
Better darts coming, and the more consistent darts coming from Van der Horst at the moment.
Yeah. He looks the most likely, doesn't he?
Quite 89.
Oh, feast or famine for Bram right now. You're not really sure what you're going to get from him. We may see the bullseye from Michelle. He's just looking exactly what Bram needs. Can't make a decision. And I'm not so sure about that.
57.
That's what he's saying there is, Bram, you cannot finish on 155.
Correct. And he was right.
99.
I bet when that treble 20 went in, there was a deep breath.
A lot of body movement. Did you see the way he twisted his body there? He's still feeling it here.
24.
Yeah, they were scrappy. They were a little bit messy, and a chance for Van Dijk.
$36. Shall we require 8?
Both looking a little edgy.
Game on the second.
Finds double 4.
Michelle
double his lead. Being around 80 at the moment.
Phil gets Bram to throw first. Game on.
A 19-year-old is Bram, whereas Michelle is now 48.
81.
He's older than I thought. I thought he was early 40s. It's great to see him here.
42.
Great, the ADC in Europe giving opportunities to older players and young, of course.
76.
He really has been a
64.
revolution the last year or so.
$100.
Well, Michelle van der Horst actually played at the Grand Slam. I'm just racking my brains
83.
of his appearances there. He did lose against James Wade, Keegan Brown and Mark Webster. But just gives you a level where he was at in the BDOs. He was must have been sat in the top 8 places to qualify for the Grand Slam, did Michelle?
What year was that?
2015.
58.
Can't remember Remember him being in it. May have been on holiday.
58.
Should remember, because 15 is when I will have crossed paths. I'm assuming it was with the rules when it was the top 8 BDO players to go through.
119.
An indication where he once was, where Bram wants to be, as he looks at 107, so 88 left. And finish, but can set 51. Up nicely, leaves a 2-darter, and Michelle will start at the centre of the board on the 135, or should, and does. That's a good mark if this treble goes.
63.
Surprised he's not attempted the ball to leave tops, because it did look a lovely guide.
And just to say to your opponent, I would have got it, you know. That's good composure there from Bram. Can he execute?
36.
That's been the difference for him.
72.
And that's the learning curve he's on. He'll have to go back and assess after this, and Michelle's going to get a dart. A double 12. Just took his time there because, of course, the intention was a double 16 to hit double top there. That little lateral drift on the second dart. It just went into the double 16. He got away with one there. It's pretty much one-sided right now, but that's why you're here, Bram. Let's find out a little bit about yourself. Now it's a little bit of fighting quality that you need. A little bit of tenacity.
57.
But if you have dreams and aspirations of going to the top, Bram, then you have to be that all-round player.
Yeah, have to go through pretty much every emotion en route. How you manage those emotions.
140. $96.
Just keeping an eye on what the results. We'll try and keep it updated throughout, but of course, our priority is in front. And Michelle is 124 points for our first whitewash win of the day, and of course, of the week.
57. Shall we reckon 124?
Just has a look at the score of Bram there, so he will go treble 18 because of that first dart. Another one would be nice.
92.
Once again, the perfect setup and a dart away from victory.
Yep, and time on his side. It's to just squeeze one around.
45. Shall we reckon
his
32?
Best. Double 16 to wrap it up comprehensively. 4-0. It's awkward.
No score.
Yeah, well, after that second dart, just again looked at the score of Bram. But no dramas yet from Michelle.
61.
There was speedy darts from young Bram and a lot of anger in those darts, but this is for the match. Michelle van der Horst does win the Old Dutch affair there.
Michelle van der Horst.
Very sporting as always. He'll be delighted with that victory with Michelle. Plenty still to work on. In the end, it was a pretty one-sided affair for Bram. He's learning lessons as he goes along here. And that was what we call a bit of a drubbing here. With Michelle van der Horst, he moves on to 4 points and still plenty to go from there, but a big 4-0 victory. It's a big clash coming up next. It's Matt Clark against Colin McGarry.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Michel van der Horst made it 2 wins from 2, getting the better of the Dutch youngster Bram van Dijk in an all-Dutch battle by 4 legs to 0. Well, the first round all went with throw. Wins for Worsley, Duff and van der Horst. Neil Duff getting the better of Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 3. Sealing the game with a 1-2-6 checkout, with his opponent left on 80 for the match himself. The former WDF world champion getting off to the perfect start. He then lost out, though, to Matt Clark by 4 legs to 1 in his second game before Worsley and van der Horst became the only 2 players to keep their 100% records in the group alive. We can have a look and see how things correlate then, as van der Horst and Worsley both go top of the table, 4 points each to their name. Right, let's get into the action then, and to our 7th match of the session, which sees Matt Clark in action up against Colin McGarry, looking to get his first points of the group. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Glenn Dunn, who's alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, actually looking forward to this game. I think the man in your picture there, Colin McGarry, he'll be frustrating. It's difficult when you go back to the players' area. You're just itching to get back on that stage, and I think he's thrown away a couple of games there. He could very easily be on 4 points. And Matt Clark, I think he's been superb today, despite the fact he has lost a game. But John Worsley in that opening game of the day was fantastic. And Matt Clark just seems to know how to win on this MODUS Super Series stage. Colin McGarry here on debut. There's a good balance here. Maybe Colin McGarry just needs to get those 2 points on the board to see the real best from him. An intriguing clash, Mace.
Yeah, it's going to be a real clash of styles.
59. $60. 59.
I think to take from the early exchanges.
100.
Everything is done at his pace, Matt Clark. He will dictate the pace against anybody. So a lot of you are watching the data. I just keep my eye on the opposite plate. You can see he's itching. He's taking a stride there to get into that zone. As Colin McGarry likes to play the pace just a little bit quicker.
These two have met
85.
3 times on the seniors tour. Matt Clark leads that head-to-head, 2-1. Lost their first meeting back in
43.
April of 2022, and then 2 further meetings in 2023 with Clark winning them both.
Yeah, my intention is to do, I think, the right thing as well, Chris. I want to go to some of the senior opens as well. I don't like the fact I get invites. I'd like to do it the normal way, and it might actually bring my game on a little bit, and just the camaraderie, the crack, and just playing on the floor without all the eyes on you. So
yeah, it's a fabulous environment to play in. It's like a school reunion.
Well, McGarry's been here before. Been starting every single match so far very, very nicely. And he's 2 darts away from the opener here. And remember, this would be a breaker throw. And McGarry's doing the right thing there. That's a lot slower walk than he would normally do.
Yep.
Matt Clark will put an awful lot of pressure on this 56.
82. Colin, you require 56.
Pops for a 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the first leg.
Double 10
Colin
will do.
McGarry.
Gary, that takes that first leg and a breaker throw to boot.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Well, since mentioning that all the players with throw winning the opening 4 matches since then, all the players against the darts that have been victorious.
100.
great to see that there's a lot of people watching the MODUS Super Series today. There'll be lots watching what's going on at Q School as well. And just feels like it's that whole Luke Littler
60.
factor at the moment, Mace.
Yes, he's just latest or breaking news. He's just been added to the 2 World Series events in Bahrain, and then a week later in Den Bosch in the Netherlands, which I will be
60.
covering.
Lucky man. I think Bahrain's a bit soon. I think he's done the right thing of going having a week's holiday. Am I just being too old?
100.
Listen, pre-World Championships, you know, I was of the idea that maybe he'd benefit from another year of just doing the dev tour and playing down here and just gaining a bit more experience. But
100.
the way he handled the World Championships, I think he's ready for anything.
And for me, Chris, it wasn't even about a dart that I go back. I go back to the Andrew Gilding game where his family and friends were beginning to panic.
Yes.
They were shouting and he just went, calm down, I'm okay. And I just thought, he is 16.
$140. Calling you back.
How good was
158.
Luke Humphries in that final?
Oh, was it Luke that won it? I can't remember. Still seems about Littler as McGarry looks good on this 158. Lovely setup play. And for Matt Clark, we've said this before. We need to get this. Very typical of Clark to smash this in. Well, it's not easy. There's the option of 2 bulls, but I don't think he'll get that from Clark.
40. Colin, you require 24. Game's on the second.
Surely
leg.
Macy's not going to throw
Colin
2-0
McGarry.
lead away again. It's an absolute carbon copy of his opening 2 games.
Yep.
Delegates Matt to throw first. Game on.
Seen that Clark uses a bit of dart wax, doesn't he? Carries it there in his holding hand.
I think I tried every gadget over the years. And
55.
Yeah, I never got on with the wax. Didn't like it.
60.
Well, I did, and then I didn't, and it was a case of wax on, wax off.
84. $100.
Better from McGarry. Like I said, he will know. There's the wax. And he's the lyrical. Shabba. Why did I say that? Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
100.
Did I really say that?
Be a bit of Shabba Ranks, mate.
It wasn't me.
45.
I think Colin McGarry doesn't like leg 3. I think that's one of
No.
my...
Bit of darting deja vu at the moment.
Should have gone the 18s.
60.
Old school.
Just thinking, a little 140 would have left a 156. And of course, we've seen that from
59.
him already. This is just a little bit scrappy. However, the one positive is on the throw, Matt Clark, so no real panic.
Colin McGarry yet to hit a max today.
What Matt Clark can do, he can suck the energy out of a player. That's what he can do.
46.
And I'm just seeing the shoulders just go down a bit from McGarry. My advice would be for him to not give anything away, no telltale signs to Matt Clark, because he'd love to see that.
93. Matt, you require 156.
2 treble 20s. Gonna go, so be careful here.
82.
Ooh, what a big dart that is.
Colin, you require 144.
Sentiments also very reminiscent of the 156 or 144 was about the first dart, but he can put pressure on the 74, gets the pressure.
100.
Good dart here from McGarry.
74.
And you're thinking on 74, is it one dart or a double, or is it two? Looks like it's only one if it hit the big number. Get its tops to get back into this game. Same procedure, of course. And same outcome.
The third leg.
He just does it so often. That's the way Matt Clark plays. And you can just see that energy just coming out of Colin McGarry.
Colin to throw first.
And he reacts. He's got the darts here. And you're just thinking to yourself, give me a 15 darter. Let me get past this man.
85.
Starting to go through the gears now, isn't he?
McGarry will be thinking,
here we go
again. Sense that Colin's playing a touch quicker than he wants to. Great for the rhythm. But is it also the fact that the game is just so slow now? It's down to the pace that Matt Clark loves.
$60. $59.
John Part, who I spent a lot of time with recently, said he was going to go to Q School. Well, he's won his opening game 5-3. Good on you, John boy. Really enjoyed his company.
100.
Yeah, great guys, John Part.
You're trying to do your notes and he's talk, and you feel like saying, John, shut up. Has an opinion on everything.
92.
Cracking last start there from McGarry. Matt Clark's thinking, and a lot of players will practice on this 201. He practiced 6 starts in 201, and I think that's the thing on his mind here.
Yeah, when I used to practice with Bob Anderson, we used to play 50, 60 legs of 201.
And you require 125.
Yeah, I built a career on it. I don't think I ever practiced 501. Treble 20 for McGarry. I'll be done. We can set it up again and put the pressure. Excellent setup. Play again from McGarry.
96.
But Matt Clark is just so proficient at this type of finish in this type of situation.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Matt Clark.
It's not by accident.
Fifth
When
leg,
McGarry is
Matt to throw
thinking,
first.
I don't believe this.
Fallon is through 5-3 against John Bowles.
Yeah, John Bowles, who famously done the Robin Hood with 3 darts, didn't he, at the Ali Pali?
44.
I played more like Stan Bowles at Ali Pali.
60.
That's incredible news, isn't it? Regarding Littler there, Bahrain and Holland as well. I mean, the endorsement, the sponsorship, the interest.
Well, that's what would have forced their hand, no doubt. The broadcasters over there and sponsors have said, look, we want him in it. That's effectively why he's in the Premier League, isn't it?
I don't know what your thoughts are about managers being in the game of darts. You know, people will see. But I think he needs one right now, doesn't he? And a good manager right now. I mean, there's even talk of people like Anthony Joshua's company buying into him and writing books and documentaries where you need your managers to say, hang on, let's slow down here. Let's just look at the key priorities and just let the lad play darts.
Yeah, I think it's Martin looking after him, isn't it? Who looks after Chris Dobie and
Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan Aspinall.
Match is very much in the balance right now. It is Clark with the darts, but he's 60 behind here. Been taken away with 1 dart.
98.
Impressed with Clark today. McGarry really needs good setup play, which he's been doing very nicely in this match, but he's just been punished at the end from Clark.
60.
Sudden Clark is favourite for this leg, and a 140 would be nice. A 140 would be very nice. Interestingly, because the fear is a busting.
140.
And so many players go the treble 12 route, or Andy Hamilton actually goes for the lower version of the 20s there. And nothing McGarry can do. Here we go again, Colin.
93.
Incredible, isn't it? Now it's followed
That
the
you require 40.
exact same cycle as it did in matches 1 and 2 for him. You can see him going, what on earth's going on?
Or will his luck change here and a surprising miss from Clark? That's what you're hoping for. Will there be that surprise? Will your luck turn around?
20.
Yes, it will, Colin.
Colin, you require 58.
What he can't do is not take advantage of this opportunity. And he takes it. Maybe that's broke the cycle. Yeah, the full lineup for Bahrain. Luke Humphries, Michael Van Gerwen, Michael Smith, Nathan Aspinall, Gerwin Price, Rob Cross, Peter Wright, Luke Littler. And the Asian representatives, Lawrence Ilagan, Paulo Nebreda, Ronaldo Rivera, Manlok Lung, Haruki Muramatsu, Tomoyo Goto, Abdullah Said, and Hassan Haji.
Well, if there's one thing we've learned about the Ali Pali this year, some of them Asian players there are to be avoided. I thought early doors at Ali Pali, they were the stars of the show. And I guess globally, that would be great, wouldn't it, to get that the Asian player.
Well, you think how long it took in terms of snooker. We're probably about 20 years behind that, but they seem to be fast-tracking. I was seriously impressed.
140.
Manlok Lung played outstanding, didn't he?
Well, Colin McGarry's fast-tracking at the moment. He's took real control of this game, but how many times will we say that, and have we said that? When Matt Clark is at the hook and he finds ways of winning. But it's very much McGarry's to lose from here. One treble a visit, he's thinking. There's the treble, now the bonus. Well, that's a Brucey bonus, Colin McGarry.
Whoa!
First of the day. What a time for your first 180.
$140. Colin, you require 121.
Well, 6 starts and 1-2-1, meaning he may start at the centre of the board. Now he's gone nice and traditional. 84 points left.
97.
His set-up play in this match has been superb. And this time, Matt Clark can't punish on 2-2-5, no matter how good he is under pressure.
$85. Colin, you require 24.
Been cool, calm and collected, Colin. And now it's Magic McGarry, his first 2 points of the day over Matt Clark. Always a tough assignment when you're playing Matt. And he showed his skills in that game. But Colin McGarry has his first 2 points. And he was very, very good. In particular, the setup play. And just got over that little benchmark of 90 average. That's super solid. Lovely on their outer ring. Colin McGarry is up and running. And next up, we have another big clash. It's Neil Duff against Michelle van der Horst.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Colin McGarry get his first win of the day on the board, getting the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, Michel van der Horst looking to make it 3 wins from 3. He takes on Neil Duff, all being watched by Glenn and Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Hasn't been a great day so far for Neil Duff, but he'll have watched his good pal Colin McGarry produce his best darts of the day there. Against maybe a surprise top of the table, Michel van der Horst. Maybe not to me, because Michel van der Horst is someone I crossed paths with many times.
Neil to throw first.
And I do think
Game on.
Neil Duff is just warming to the task now. A big opportunity to join Michel on 4 points.
$140. 58.
The classic Neil Duff always looks really smart. I think whoever designs his shirts, where Michel, I've never ever seen him, Chris, wear a dart shirt. He's always been one just to wear the
51
one from the local shop or something like that. He's never ever had the dart shirt on. He looks like an accountant who's just walked into the wrong building.
Dennis Evans was very similar to that, wasn't he?
He tapped me on the shoulder at Ali Pali.
I know. I haven't seen Dennis for got to be 15 years. He ain't changed a bit.
Building houses still, he said.
44.
That was great to see Dennis.
I was meant to play pairs with him in the Swedish Open roundabout. I think
36.
He does one tournament a year. And I think there was rumours I was going to play pairs with him, but it didn't materialise. But yeah, great to chat with him.
140. Neil, you're at 145.
Perfect. Yeah, I just sensed something a bit more special. There was a lot more pace into those 3 darts there from Neil Duff, and yeah, I think the cobwebs have been shaking off.
Now you require 40.
Yeah,
it's
not easy playing at 9:30 on a Monday morning.
Game shot in the first leg.
Tell that to John Worsley and Matt Clark, because they were outstanding in the first game, but by far the best and most assured leg of darts from Neil Duff today. And he just looks a bit different, Chris.
Game on.
Yeah. Yeah, some players do take a while just to get up to speed.
If there was a 9th game, I would definitely have won that last week.
81. $97.
Yeah, there's one young lad I've been working with, and every time he comes to see me, he's absolutely outstanding. But his problem that he has is he just can't put it onto the
45
game on. Right now, at Q School, he's struggling as well. He was a name I've been looking out for. Scratching my head with him. I'm scratching my head today for Michel van der Horst. 2 wins out of 2. He just sensed this is his toughest challenge.
57.
Better.
On
a pinhead.
Yes. Lovely looking Max, that one. It's quite bizarre. I think of someone like Dimitri, who is far better under the lights than on the floor. That's normally the opposite.
Game shot in the second leg. Michel van der Horst.
180 and 110 for top of the table. Michel van der Horst. It was Neil Duff who was taking control and looking really good. And now he looks a little pensive. But Michel van der Horst, I remember watching him well before Dart Connect, Chris. And honestly, he won in 10, 11, 12 darts against...
180.
You know, when you're just beginning to start a game and he's on the board next to you.
Yeah, you played one leg and he's finished.
Excellent response there from Neil Duff.
Leans all the way over to the left.
Yeah.
Quite unusual setup. You said the actual throw,
81.
the fundamentals of the throw, but quite unusual because most right-handed players will stand slightly to the right of centre. Stephen Bunting's all the way
120.
over, isn't he? Edge of the hockey.
Got that angle, so it's really important that the darts are the same. But once you get into position, it's very traditional.
60.
Whereas Michelle has a beautiful follow through, as you'll see here. See their arm going all the way across there. Not the tallest of players, so needs that
58.
follow through. But you can see just him pushing into that last dart there.
Yeah, just to get the power. Oh, doesn't want a max here.
160.
Double 10.
Great dart from Duff here.
59.
Double
Now
after
we require
12.
20.
Look good so far as Duff.
Game shot on the third leg. Neil Duff. Fourth leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, some good averages. Very competitive. Just beginning to see a much better version of Neil Duff. Michelle was one of the losers unbeaten run.
96.
He'd be biting at the ankles.
$60.
Always a great week, Mace, when Martin Adams is in town as well. Looking forward to seeing him. I think the last time I seen him play was a Group A. That's a grueler when you've got the 5 days, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tough. Getting up so early to try and sort of get your body in the
180.
right kind of time zone.
$140.
Bouncing off each other here. Neil Duff now averaging over 97. Good signs here for Neil Duff. He can put him really in the mix. I guess on day one, Chris, you're thinking at least 3 wins. At least get me to 6 points. 4 wins is good, and of course, 5 out of 5 is fantastic.
44. Now we require 136.
Ooh, a bit of a deflection.
87.
Again, lazy on the last
Shall we
start.
require 164.
Well, this would be special. That's crept in.
138. Now you require 49.
One of the highlights has been the setup play, putting the pressure on the players. Neil Duff, pressure. What
Game
pressure?
shot the fourth leg.
That was a
Neil
super
Duff.
final dart. Oh, he really does have the initiative in this one.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Darts to run out a 4-1 winner.
59.
Three 180s in this game. Game both around that 90 average mark.
43.
Competitive. Not an awful lot to separate. A little bit more belief here from Neil Duff, and that's not based on these darts here. Just the way he's
44.
chatting to himself. Come on, that's a sign to me that he's feeling good. He's expecting more.
Leighton Bennett's made a winning start to his Q School
60.
campaign. 5-2 win over Paul Lewis.
Yeah, there was that interview with Gary Anderson. Just leave Luke Littler alone. And
58.
I guess he was talking about the Josh Rocks, the Leighton Bennetts. They do put an awful lot of pressure on these players, but it's great to see Leighton Bennett just beginning to bounce back a little bit, isn't it?
120.
Yeah, I keep an eye on his. Plays a lot of ADC events, so it's interesting to watch him slowly but steadily get back to where he was.
First 2 darts and deserved ton. Chance for Van der Horst to get back in this match. Would be a breaker throw. It's going to be the bull.
99. Now we require 120.
Tops for the match.
100. Shall we require 25? 19.
The first
Now we
real
require
mistakes of
20.
Michelle van der Horst. Neil Duff, who's looked solid. Can he kiss it in?
No
he
score.
can't.
Michelle, you require 6.
Quite aggressive enough on dart 1 for me.
Game shot on the
You have
5th
to
leg.
pick the right side,
Michelle
and he
van der Horst.
found it. Oh, multiple match darts.
6th leg is Michelle to
Neil
throw
Duff.
first. Game on.
Well, I've liked the demeanour of Neil Duff throughout here, but right now he should be off the stage. He should be joined top of the table on 4 points. He's just having a
134.
big think to himself there, and he didn't want to hear that 2 treble visit there from Michelle, who biting away at those ankles. But here comes Duff.
140. $45. $26. $100.
Good stuff from the Dutchman. Making Duff think here. Remember, Neil Duff would have the darts in the last leg.
Showing a bit of tenacity, isn't he?
100.
Van der Horst.
$52.
Interesting last dart there. But he has left a finish. In fact, they're both maybe on a 170 here. If
65. Shall we
That's
require
exactly
170?
the situation, will we see the big fish? More of a goldfish from Van der Horst.
81. Now we require 170. $55. Shall we require 89?
This would be a tough loft to take for Neil Duff. And it's double 16 for Van der Horst.
73. Now we require 115.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but what do I know? You're too good, Neil.
107. Shall we require 16?
He's applied a bit of pressure to save the match, potentially. And he gets
on
it.
the 6th flag.
Very good
Michelle van
indeed.
der Horst.
As you rightly said, Glenn, Neil the darts, and he's got to use them.
7th and final leg is Neil
Yeah,
to
the
throw
way
first.
I read it, this man
Game
thinks he
on.
should be off the hockey now.
Yeah.
Shaking his head there. That's the last thing you want to be doing with your with the last leg in. You've got the darts.
60.
You will feel everything's going against him right now. And I assure you, them were well thrown darts. And when he turns round for the first time in this match, he's second favourite.
121. $60.
I don't know how Neil Duff reacts to defeat. I was punching the bar when I left on my final defeat, so I'll leave that one with Neil Duff.
100.
This one will be a tough one to take. And like I said, you go back into that players area and people have got points on the board, and he will have expected to have won this game
60.
3-1 up and dart at the double. But right now, Van der Horst is in total control and in the treble 20 bed.
120.
Stayed focused. Left himself a finish, and the frustration is evident in the body language of Neil Duff.
$77. Shall we require 160?
Well, I didn't think I'd be saying this, but Van der Horst for the match.
100.
Take a ton. His game to lose from here.
60. Shall we require 60?
Keep it simple, Michelle. He does that. Just assessing the situation. It's tops. And the unbeaten run for the Dutchman continues. That is a seriously frustrated Neil Duff walking off the stage. He actually threw that game away, and just a little fist bump there. That's a big, big win for Michelle van der Horst. A nice 84.4 average, that 110 finish, but it was the missed opportunities for Neil Duff, which will be the headline of that match. As we move on to the next game, it's John Worsley against Bram van Dijk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff with an opportunity passed him by, losing out 4-3 to Michelle van der Horst, who's now made it 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his group. John Worsley can join him 3 wins from 3 if he can get the better of the Dutch debutant, Bram van Dijk, who's looking to get on the board here at the live lounge. In comms for this one, Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, van der Horst has been a surprise package so far. As you rightly said, 3 from 3, top in the table, but a chance for Worsley here to join him on
first leg. It's John
6
to
points
throw first. Game on.
So far today, John has had a 4-2 win with a 92.48 average over Matt Clark. 4-2 win over Colin McGarry, where he averaged 94.93.
140.
A good start to this one.
And thanks again to Brian Romano. Lets us know that Van der Horst
59.
qualified for the Grand Slam via a qualifier the year Larry Butler did and Andy Fordham. Well, thank you, Brian. We're watching Bram van Dijk here, which is a young protege of his. He's supporting him and
85.
helping him. But it's a very individual sport here at the MODUS Super Series. As you can see, there's just you and the dartboard.
78.
He'll have to make his own and learn his own lessons when he's up there. Be a tough ask against John Worsley, a seasoned player, former professional dart player, started very nicely today. He'll be a big favourite for this match.
42.
Follow John Worsley's Super League team, Chris. The all-conquering team with Nick Kenny, Sam Cankett,
100.
Incredible
Blanco.
side.
But they're split now, they were telling me. So they won't be dominating the Nationals anymore.
98.
You must have played in a tremendous team in London, did you? I love chatting about that era.
Yeah, we had a hell of a side. Andy Ayfield, me, Nicky Turner, Mardle, Paul Doggett.
Johnny McGuire, 136.
Yeah, it was, quite some side.
I think it was Mardle telling me now you put his name in there. Worsley looks at this 136.
Tony David, before he became world champion.
I remember your interview regarding him.
78.
I don't think you'd seen anything as good as what Tony David was doing in the London Super League scene. Every time it was 30 average.
58.
Well,
Johnny
for the
McGuire,
opening
58.
leg, the opening leg is dominated.
$38. Brammy require 150.
Fabulous start. Oh. Unlucky young man.
86. Johnny required 20. Game shot on the first
Back in
leg.
last start.
John Worsley.
I think John Worsley knows himself. I think he knows his scoring powers there this week. He is, as
Second leg is Bram
Chris
to
Mason
throw
alluded
first.
to earlier.
Game on.
He's not match sharp. Then them doubles are going to need to improve if he's going to win this week.
85.
Yeah, across his 2 matches, 9 from 29.
60. 140.
Anton Oslund has continued to impress today. Got a tough game against Vincent Campus, but once again averaging over 100
56.
at skill.
Yes, I was very impressed with him down here, to be said.
60.
I think a lot of the players who come to the Super Series, that they go away with that belief. And so many of the names that we're saying today.
Well, it was no coincidence last year that the amount of
121
players who'd played multiple times here went on to get a card. I think it's incredible preparation. Just gets used to
96.
playing under pressure.
I'm getting a bit greedy, thinking who the ones who haven't qualified, who could be at the MODUS Super Series this year.
100. Brammy require 120.
Well, we get that rotation, don't we? So it's going to be nice to some players who may have had a card for the last couple of years.
62. Johnny require
They don't
164.
regain their card. They'll be back here.
Chance for Bram van Dijk. He haven't been with us today. He has played at the PDC World Youth Championships, the JDC World Youth Championships with
75.
success.
Brammy require 58.
Very much in his infancy. He has plans to do a lot more. The WDF. Can he go level here? No, he can't.
38.
Chance for Worsley.
Johnny require 89.
Going to be the bull. And Bram's not even looking there. He had his
55.
eyes closed.
Brammy require
He has
20.
an opportunity to equalise.
A long way off there, the bullseye.
Game shot the
That's
second
Van-
leg. Bram
Double
van
10.
Dijk.
Not quite caught fire, this one yet.
Third leg is John to throw first. Game on.
If John Worsley isn't match sharp, do you think as the longer the week he could get found out more? Do you just think he's running on a little bit of adrenaline that opening game of the day?
Yeah, I think he
140.
could well play himself into form. I think he'll get sharper as the week goes on, and Just tighten up on the finishing. 'Cause that's the only aspect of his game that's slightly off.
Yeah, Bram's playing with freedom. He's just, sometimes it's just the quality of where you're at with your game. They seem to be bringing on each other in this leg.
174.
Oh, the referee enjoyed that one, didn't he?
140.
They're pulling each other along now.
$97.
Well, we said in the previous leg that it hasn't really started this game. It certainly has now. Averages well up into the mid-80s. It's the best that Bram van Dijk have seen today.
190.
Well, he missed the bullseye early in the previous leg. As for the lead, does Bram watch this time? Yes, he does.
65. Bram, you require 81.
Take the lead. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, and it's easy for a commentator to say it should have just gone for the single, but split-second decisions up there. Sign for me, he feels okay. Won't if this double four goes in.
21. Bram, you require 32.
1 from 9 in this match on the outer ring.
Game shot on the third leg. Bram van Dijk.
Absolutely no tension in their arm for Bram van Dijk. Keeping his fingers really warm. It was a dart play.
Bram to throw first.
You hit your darts to feel cold, your fingers to feel cold. See the little shake of the head there from John Worsley. I just
82.
have that sense when he walked onto the stage at the beginning of this game that it was his to lose.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So far today, he's been playing at a much higher level than Bram. Oh, and this one
96.
Locked in at 86 apiece. And that's well below where we've seen John Worsley throughout the morning.
Interesting.
140.
Ooh, that was in.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it John Worsley who hit the 9 darter with 9 practice darts before the game started?
Yes.
And he turned around to Henry on the balcony.
$100.
Well, if there was any doubt to John Worsley, proving those doubters wrong with this leg of darts, he's 84 points away from an 11 darter here.
84.
A fantastic response, however. It's his doubles letting him down in this game, not his scoring. So 64 points. Opponent's not on a finish, so he can go the 16s. Does, so a big 16.
44. $140. Johnny require 40.
Double trouble.
30.
That has been very much the theme of his day. Certainly this match is now 1 from 12.
So typical in this game that we love, that your opponent has 1 dart or a double. 52. However, that just felt a little rush from young Bram.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
I like it.
John Worsley.
Dodged a bullet there, potentially.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $60.
Just that mid-match nerves. Will we see a mid-match surge from one of them? Bram van Dijk was a dart away from leading this match 3-1. But by far the best performance he's put on today. 2 points for him would be a massive bonus, but Worsley's scoring power has to be applauded today.
140.
The 6th 140 in this game.
96.
Of course, a beautiful 7-7 a little earlier and a 174.
$78.
All players will have played 3 games after this match. Michelle van der Vorst, who's the one who's had unbeaten, I think at the beginning of the day, that would have surprised many. Good board management there from Bram.
His
180.
opening game, Michelle, where he averaged
170.
82. I feared the worst for him.
Yeah, fair play to him. He's bounced back nicely.
140.
So impressed with the scoring power of Worsley. However, I haven't been impressed with his finishing. And he proved me wrong here with tops.
Game shot the 5th leg. John Worsley.
+3, 14 darter. Think of an eye. Potentially going 3-1 down. He's 3-2 up.
Game on.
Get so many players who bring the cases on, extra darts, extra flights. Very minimal on the table there, isn't it?
100. $83. $134.
Empty table.
That is unusual in the way players have so many extras.
Well, the best recorded average I could find for Bram was on the development tour in 2022 of 89.09. In 2023,
36.
his best average was 88.41 in the development tour against Wesley Veenstra. Right now, he's averaging 89.83, so this is the best version we're seeing of Bram van Dijk right now. And it might still not be enough because
139.
phenomenal scoring from Worsley continues to impress.
$85. Johnny McQuarrie, 160.
Have to fancy it after that first start. And what a way to finish the game, John Worsley. His scoring power has been sensational today. Early in that match, his doubles were letting him down. And Bram van Dijk has got a smile on his face because he played his part in a very, very entertaining game. And John Worsley, who was the favourite going into this Group A, once again averages over 90, 92.75. Excellent from Bram van Dijk. 89.67 is his highest recorded average in 2023. But the highlight, the 160 finish from Worsley, he's playing mighty fine. Big, big game coming up. 2 good friends. Colin McGarry against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, John Worsley got his third win on the spin, getting the better of Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 2. A 160 sealing a third win in succession, and he has picked up maximum points so far. This is how the table looks. The other player to win every single game so far is Michel van der Horst. He takes top spot on legs difference. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there's been a solitary win for Matt Clark, Colin McGarry and Neil Duff. Bram van Dijk, who is improving as the day's gone along, is yet to get a victory to his name. So 3 rounds have been completed, 2 more games for each of our players. And next up is an all Northern Ireland clash. Colin McGarry, the number 1 ranked player in Northern Ireland via the ADC, up against Neil Duff, who won the Vault National Finals in 2023. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yes, 2 good friends, and they've played together representing their beloved Northern Ireland as well. So no doubt in the players' area, they'll be chatting with each other, practicing with each other. And it's always tough when you're playing a good friend up there. Been a funny old day for Neil Duff so far. I think he was so frustrated in that last game to Michel van der Horst. He had that game in the palm of his hand. We were talking how well he was playing. And he looked a pretty angry man as he left. But it's a quick turnaround. That's the beauty of this group here. And he can put it to right. You got the bragging rights if he can play Colin McGarry, who's impressed me today.
140.
He had a couple of opening games. He could very easily have been unbeaten going into this game. But his head didn't go down. Will they bring the best out of each other, Chris Mason?
140.
Yeah, well, they will know each other very well. They've played many, many times, of course, against each other and on the same squad.
100.
They'll be very comfortable playing each other. Lovely from Neil Duff.
140.
Back-to-back 140s. I think Neil will be hoping to win his final 2 games and walk out of today with 6 points, and that will put him in good position tomorrow to really
57.
Really go for it.
Yeah, people tell me my favourite competition, and it was the Northern Ireland Open. I beat the great Martin Phillips in a final with my family there, and the only recorded match between these two
21 now, we record 164.
is at the Northern Ireland Open, which McGarry won. But this is a good start from both once again. This would be special.
132. Colin, you required 44.
Thrown 12 darts. Bit of Motown, bit of full tops for McGarry.
Game shot on the first.
Beautiful.
Colin McGarry.
14 darter.
Scrumptious. Just look at the shoulders there, Duff. What do I need to do? Because that was a cracking leg of darts there from Neil Duff.
Yeah, he left a double after 12, didn't get a go, and he's got a tough run in. He's got this one here against McGarry, and then he plays John Worsley in his final game. He could end the day on just 2 points.
A good shout, Mess.
60.
I know you shouldn't have favourites in the comms box, but I do like Neil Duff. I think he makes me smile. He's great company. Heck of a dart player. Proud champion.
45.
But I've been talking about Colin McGarry for a long, long time. I wouldn't say he's underachieved, but someone with that throw, I think should be doing just a little bit better in the game. And it's fascinating to hear from him where he thought his career was over when he got over in the 50s. But he could be someone who could be dangerous on the seniors, and
60.
Just never know with him. Just a bit more consistency, maybe, Mess.
Yeah, he's a fine player. I've known Colin for many, many years, and
43.
He's always been a solid player, like you say, and it is a compliment. But I'm with you. I think he's underachieved.
100. Now you're 123. 83. 57. Now we require 40.
Well, his head went down after that first leg, Neil Duff, so fair play to him. And good thinking there. Albeit a frustrated dart thrown, the right thing to do with your opponent on 179. Collect your thoughts, Neil.
99. Now you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
So easy sitting
Neil
there
Duff.
giving advice here, mates. Keep your head up. I know that the commentators were saying last week, Glenn, stop shaking your head, stop throwing your arms in the air.
Game on.
It was something I was very aware of, and because that was my sort of first game back for probably
58.
certainly on telly for 12 years or so, and I was just no reactions, don't do it.
You had no reactions when I think, was it Leonard Gates who beat you in the last one?
Yeah.
And the only reaction you had was at the end when you were like, how on earth have I just lost that match?
Yeah, it was very, very familiar territory. I've been there a few
60.
times in my career where I just felt like I'd played well enough to win.
I was actually saying the opposite. I was like, come on, mate, now show some aggression. Now tell Leonard you're
100.
feeling good. But you kept it all bottled in, and yeah, it was. I remember seeing you afterwards and went, well, if he's the best, I ain't going anywhere. I will be winning one soon.
45.
Yeah, my plan this year to really have a real big go and put the hours in have been scuppered slightly and get in the pub because
121.
obviously that's a ridiculous amount of commitment and workload. So yeah, may have to wait for a year.
100.
Great to hear it's going well, though, Mess.
Yes, yeah, really has been a whirlwind 3 months since we opened.
132.
Excellent response here from Neil Duff, I have to say. He looked
Yeah.
100.
a
Now
bit
you
of a beaten
require
man after that
48.
first leg. He's 2 darts away, averaging over 97. Superb riposte so far.
38.
It's the shake of
Well,
the
you
head
require
mid-throw.
138.
This would hurt. The Della. MBE.
$58. Now you require 10.
You know what Eric used to say about his MBE?
Game shot on the third
What it stood
leg.
for? More
Neil
beer,
Duff.
Eric.
Well, if I get Glen Durrant MBE, it's Miss Blooming everything. Duff leads
Neil
2-1.
to throw first. Game on. 34.
It's time for McGarry to shine in this game. Surprising poor start there from Duff.
140.
Punished by McGarry.
$95. $59.
So what I'd like to see in Mace this week, Colin McGarry put a Northern Ireland shirt on. You know when you get them players, I always said Rihanna O'Sullivan.
Mm-hmm.
Put that there. She was just, I don't think I ever saw her lose when she put the Welsh shirt on, and Colin was one of them players. I remember him playing pairs with Barry Copeland, and Barry was someone who'd get in your face.
125. $90.
137, please, is what Colin's saying to the dartboard right now.
Yep. On the wire trouble and only 60,
Now
and
we
that
require
leaves him
142.
on dodgy ground with Duff on 142. Already taken 117 out today, of course, McGarry.
100. Colin, you require
May have to go here.
117.
Yeah, the setup play today from all players has been a particular highlight. Treble 19 for McGarry. Can't be done. And that excellent setup play there from Neil
59.
Duff
Now we
puts him
require
in a
42.
fantastic position in this match. Has messed about with doubles. It's usually good this side of the board.
Game shot on the fourth
And that's
leg.
the reason why his go-to
Neil
double
Duff.
is often double top, but I do like him round that double 16 and double 8. That little grit and determination at
Fifth
the
leg,
end.
It's Colin to throw first.
Never easy, like I
Game
say, when
on.
you're playing a teammate, a friend. he will have the bragging rights. And like I said, it's a tough finish, but if he can get to 6 points in the end, not a bad day for Neil Duff.
No, it puts you in a good position. Even if someone does manage to go through the card unbeaten, you've got to play them the next day, so you can take 2 out of them there.
180
is absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, good to see. Bringing on McGarry as well here.
100.
Spellman got the better of Ryan Furness, 5-1. Jim McEwen beat Mark Nagini, 5-2 with a 97 average.
Yeah, very similar Matt Clark with Jim McEwen. Not only is he solid, but he's the man at the yoke. He'll dictate that pace.
125.
Great to see the Modus Super Series guys doing so well.
96.
The amount of play, you know, the amount of kids in the academies visits I'm doing now is frightening. I went to Blackburn recently, and the standard there of young players, Chris, incredible.
$135. Colin, you've required 76.
Oh, you feel this has to go?
Only going to be one dart at tops.
36.
Badly
now
thrown.
Required 47.
Find the target. Neil Duff to wrap it up. 4-1. And a much needed win for Neil Duff. He's made it 2 wins so far today. He has 1 more to play. There's the numbers for you. 92-74. Very good for Neil Duff. Just the 180 in there. 4 out of 12 on the doubles in the end. But McGarry just seemed to lose his way after leg 1. When we come back, Bram van Dijk will be taking on Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the beautiful surroundings of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Colin McGarry by 4 legs to 1 in the All-Northern Irish affair. Next up for us, Bram van Dijk looking to get on the board. He's the last player yet to pick up a win in this Group A. He takes on the experienced campaigner, that is Matt Clark, in the company of Glenn Durrant and Chris Mason.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, experience could be the tail of the tape here against Bram van Dijk. Matt Clark, who's looked in spells today, as good as ever. He's been frustrated with his last performance against Colin McGarry. However, Bram van Dijk did put in his best show against his compatriot.
Yeah, it should give him a bit of confidence, that, just to know that he's in that kind of form and capable of posting those types of numbers.
140.
Actually, against John Worsley, I'm getting a little bit confused there, but this is a different type of challenge against Matt Clark for him. But he's playing with a bit of a smile on his face there. But he'll learn a lot after this game, let me assure you that.
Oh, yes.
What I mean now, he's stood there behind Matt for probably an extra 10, 15 seconds.
60.
Do you watch every dart? Do you look around? Do you focus on your darts? So when you're playing someone really slow, he'll learn a lot, he will, young Bram.
Yeah, what he needs to do is sort of take a little detour over to the drinks table. Little fiddle with your dart case if you've got one. Sip of water. Then you don't feel like you're stood there watching your opponent.
And then Matt might be at the occupier then.
43.
Great game between Leighton Bennett and Willie Borland. 4-4. Both players averaging close to 97. Good to see.
41.
The best version of Leighton Bennett for a while. Beginning of the day, it was a good version of Matt Clark. He'll want to get back to winning ways here. Big favourite against Bram. Had the option to go to the 18s there. One of those really traditional plays. Super tough to play Matt Clark.
Incredibly, just the one win so far for Matt Clark.
Matty Maguire, 158.
Expect that.
Brilliant in defeat in the opening game of the day. That's set a real platform.
100. Brammy Maguire, 130.
The treble to finish, gets it, bullseye.
105. Matty Maguire, 58.
18, the tops for a very early breaker throw.
$38. Brammy required 25.
Opportunity for Matt Clark. And he offers up a second go. Double 4.
21.
Yeah, they've got to go, Bram.
Matty required 20.
See the wax on his fingers there. No sweat on the hands. Grip on the darts. And he kiss off that first dart. Oh, it's a bit tricky.
10. Brammy require 4.
5 darts at a double for Matt Clark.
Game shot in the first leg. Bram van Dijk. Second leg is Matt to throw first. Game on.
Fantastic start from Adam Hunt. Another guy who's absolutely loving his experience here at the MODUS Super Series. 105 averages in his first game.
81.
Glad I didn't go now.
60.
Well, there's not enough negatives I can give Bram there. Like I said, he looks relaxed. He looks calm. His throw's nice.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty to like.
60.
Good focus. Nice rhythm.
100.
He will play his part this week. Some come on debut and they just kick on straight away, and some just need maybe a day or two just to get used to the surroundings.
137.
Loving this, Bram.
180.
Double eight. Lovely Max. That is first of the day.
99.
Another
Grammy require
box ticked
161.
off for him.
Just like the fact he's playing with a smile on his face. Excellent dart, Bram van Dijk.
Mate, you require 124.
Making your opponent check out on a tricky finish. One treble needed in the first two darts. Treble 18 required. Bullseye. The obligatory 1 second step back.
76.
Not this time. Chance for the young
Grammy
Dutchman.
require 24. $21. Mate, you require 48.
All the good work undone.
Yeah, and not a bad dart thrown there. That's why I think the wry smiles there. You won't expect this man to miss.
16.
Oh.
Bram, you require 3.
That's where the big
No
one
score.
shrinks. That's where
Mate,
all
you
of a sudden
require
you think that looks
32.
big, and then you step to it and it's going...
Size of a postage stamp.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Clark.
Not vintage Clark. We've waxed lyrical about Clark today at times.
The leg, it's Bram to throw first.
You
Game
need to
on.
win just a little bit ugly here.
$140.
That's the outer ring. That's been the problem for both players so far. 17 attempts.
97.
Just that second one there from Matt Clark going in. I think they've scored well today, all 6 players, and that's been a highlight. The set of players been really good.
57.
But we did say, even as early as game 1, the winner of this group could be the one with the best double in average.
Yeah, at some point or another, everyone seems to have struggled with their finishing.
100.
Ironically, the one player who was really struggling on the outside ring, Colin McGarry, had the best return in his win over Matt Clark. He was 4 from 6.
96. $41.
Yeah, Leighton Bennett got over the line against Willie Borland.
Yeah, he faced fair few match darts.
131.
Excellent dart again from young Bram. You thinking I could have been 3-0 up in this game?
$121. Bram, you require 77.
You would think he's got 6 darts from here. It's not ideal, because that means it's the bullseye.
52. Now you require
Bit messy.
142.
Yeah, all seemed a little rushed. May stay there because that's a lovely light.
$110. Bram, you require 25.
Well, don't miss the big number this time, Bram. There's your opportunity. There's the focus. And you have the delivery.
17.
Wars on the outer ring
Required
continue.
32.
Well, I didn't expect that. I'd already
Round you
wrote 2-1
require
down on my
8.
notes there. Because Matt Clark, usually with 3 darts in his hand at a double, hence the reason of the shake of the head.
Game shown the third
Bram
leg.
Van Dijk, come on, he says
Bram
to
Van
himself.
Dijk.
He's in with a shout here.
Yeah, 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Has to manage his holds of throw. Well, go away with the spoils.
So he's been working with
80.
Brian Rahman, which is great to have that. I know Brian is very much believe it and you'll achieve it. That's what he's got
Wasn't he
to
a
do.
WDF #1, wasn't he, for a while, Brian?
Watched him put an incredible performance at Lakeside where the
56.
whole crowd were against him. I'm trying to think of the guy who he played in that match, and I thought he was going to... Jared Cole, I think it was. Incredible atmosphere. I thought Brian was doing himself no favours, you know, waving his hands to the Cole
137.
fans, and I thought he was going to go and kick on and potentially win it that year. He's had an injury recently, but
58.
very talented. He can play super quick, and he can play at a real methodical place. So still plenty ahead for Brian Rahman, who's been great today with lots of information about young Bram.
180.
One apiece in the 180 column.
43. Matt, you require 104.
And it's looking like 2 apiece in the legs column. Tops.
64.
You'll have
180.
I thought he looked away there for a second. I think he was going to try it. I think Matt Clark had put him in a headlock.
Game shot the
2-2.
fourth leg. Matt Clark.
I have 4 games to bring you. Van der Horst against Worsley up next. Then Bram against
Fifth leg, it's
Colin
Bram to
McGarry.
throw first.
And John Worsley,
Game on.
Neil Duff. Real big game for Neil Duff, that one. And then Matt Clark against Van der Horst.
$122.
And Matty Denon flexing his muscles. He's always a name that's there or thereabouts. He'll always give you a run for your money.
119.
Yeah, one of my favourite Modus Super Series players, Mike Warburton. He just won 5-4 in a tight
59.
affair. It's a real tight affair here. Matt Clark 60 points behind here. It's Bram's dart, so it's in the balance. A little 140 from Matt Clark would take the ascendancy.
140.
It's exactly that.
Yeah, just loads this visit with pressure. Bram be fully
60.
aware he couldn't afford to do that.
I like them darts as well. I say the rhythm, the relaxation. He's got a lot of things right. Just the quality which will come with practice and whatever. But he's got a sound foundation there.
$60.
Just beginning to dominate what Bram would do for his own 140 right now. They're a long,
60.
long way from the treble 20, however. But grouping, A+.
$84.
They should have put the counting on the 98 left there.
No. Much preferred a round ton.
59. Matthew Maguire,
Getting a bit
98.
sticky down on double 19 if he hits the treble 20, of course. Double 12. 15 dart. Break of throw.
86.
Pulled.
Matthew Maguire, 141.
Might take something special for Bram to get up and running today. Not to be with that 1-4-1.
44. Matthew Maguire, 12.
Break a throw, remember, he would be serving out for the match if he can get this.
Six.
Bram van Dijk's last dart was a bounce
Matthew
out.
Maguire, 97.
Will it come back to hurt him?
$57. Matthew Maguire, 6. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Great decision in the end from Matt Clark there. I anticipate him going for the double 3 there. The confidence is still there because on that 2-2-2, if you're not feeling great, you don't even fancy hitting the big 2 because of the nerves, the tension. Just experience is leading the way here. Matt Clark is a leg away to moving to 4 points. Matt Clark's final game will be the final game of the day against the unbeaten Michelle van der Horst.
90. $140.
Turn in the screw.
Drops the dart, retrieves it.
59.
Not thrown, so allowed to throw it, of course.
Elon Kay, one of the first players, or the first player in the last 32 at Q Skill.
81.
Juggernaut stops for no one.
$42.
Are we 6 darts away?
$60. $100. Now you require 120.
Once again, disappointment for these two players has been singing out legs. But this would be a little bit special, and this would be for the match. And it's Super Darts for Superman. Matt Clark gets over the line in the end 4-2. Big smile still for Bram van Dijk, but he's got to really clean up his doubles if he's going to get up and running here at the MODUS Super Series. And Matt Clark does what Matt Clark wants to do. He moves on to 4 points. He's got a big game coming up for his final game there. He was in control at the end there, but must improve on the doubles. But it's first against second coming up next. It's Michelle van der Horst against John Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where for the break, Matt Clark got the better of Bram van Dijk by 4-2. Next up, it's that man in action, John Worsley. Both him and Michel van der Horst have won each of their opening 3 fixtures of the day so far. They go toe-to-toe in game 12 of our afternoon session here in Port. So Glenn Dolan and Chris Mason down in commentary and chat. So just want to have a quick chat to you about John Worsley, because he hasn't played much competition action, but if you look at the averages today, all in excess of 90, he's kind of been the standout player so far, hasn't he?
I think he was telling me a little bit of porcupines when I chatted with him this morning, because he didn't give me the confidence that he was going to go on and play like he did, but the bookies certainly had a lot of faith in him, and he's been really good. His scoring, Henry's in particular, has been fantastic.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him. Always been a very good player. Here's John Worsley. Sometimes, not that I would advise it, but
140.
in an ideal world, he would have had plenty of prep work. But sometimes, if you don't do that, you come with lower expectations and less pressure. And you can sometimes just play with a bit more freedom.
And I think that freedom came from his opening game of the day.
Yeah.
With Matt Clark. And I think the confidence just grew from him, because when you're not sure how you're going to play, he'll have been delighted with that first one. And like
42.
I said, this is a top of the table clash, and arguably the winner of this game will possibly top the table overnight, and we'll have the bragging rights when they all come in tomorrow.
41.
Both got difficult last games. John Worsley will play Neil Duff in the penultimate game, and Matt Clark will be the opponent for Michel van der Horst. So still plenty to play.
140. $100. 59.
Yeah, just takes off that odd 9.
We're filling it.
140. Johnny McCoy, 120.
Both on finishes. They're both fancy.
Yeah, we've just seen the Shanghai to end the previous game for Matt Clark. They sit nice and flat, so he doesn't have to move.
Game shown the
That's
first
exactly
leg.
how you do
John
the 120
Worsley.
finish. A beautiful treble 20. The big 20 just sat nice and flat. John
Second
Worsley,
against
if he has
John
had
to
problems
throw
with his
first.
doubles,
Game on.
That's the way to rectify that great start to this match for John Worsley.
Yeah, in his last match, he was struggling early on and then had that great 160 and then clinically finished the leg to win the match.
58.
For many people watching, this might be a surprise to see this man unbeaten today, Michel van der Horst.
134.
And arguably for the first time, questions will be asked against John Worsley, who is a real big hitter. The favourite going into this group here, remember. But Michel looks comfortable. He looks calm and collected.
100.
Could break back very quickly here because he's snapped the darts back already. And another couple of trebles here is 100 in front.
$125. $58.
A grimace there from Michel.
Yeah, he has that flat dart, doesn't he, Mace?
Yeah, very neutral, isn't it?
Yeah, if he misses, he actually like to miss underneath the treble 20. He's one of those.
56.
Hence the reason he had to move to the 18s there. Chance for Van der Vorst again.
That was poor counting.
96.
Yeah, when he walked back to the hockey and looked at the 162. What have I done? Wants to go at the treble, so to see it,
58.
has to move right across the hockey there, which isn't ideal. Van der Horst, 88. That's a bit sloppy. Treble 17 is the shot for double 16.
56.
Nearly a super
Johnny
recovery.
Maguire, 104.
Yeah, so many options on this 104 now that people are trying. He stayed on the treble 20. Treble 16 might be a good shout here.
$88.
Should have gone there on
Johnny
your second
Maguire,
one, John.
32.
And he level up. The big dart in this match.
16.
You can see the frustration there, Mess.
Yeah,
Johnny Maguire,
this all
16.
smart. Was a leg he's controlled. I need to hand it back. Double 4. That's right on the wire.
Thought that was in, didn't he?
Yeah.
No score. Michelle, you require 16.
Reprieve.
Games on the second leg.
No mistake
Michelle
this time.
van der Horst.
Things are just going nicely for
Well, against Michelle to
Michelle.
throw
That started from his
first.
very first
Game
game
on.
where he played Colin McGarry. Colin McGarry came out the trap beautifully. He was leading 2-0 and was in a fantastic position to lead 3-0, but just missed out at a double.
140.
Multiple darts at a double for 3-0. It's a different game, isn't it?
And now all of a sudden his day's just changed. He's been unbeaten here, and those missed darts there by Worsley would be his day.
100.
Could be.
$96. $100.
30 tons for John Worsley, but they're quite enough at the moment in this leg. Rightly starting on the 19s on 265.
58.
Yeah, you never doubt the counting of the Dutch players, do you? Well, that's part of the DNA.
$57. $37.
He hasn't played a lot of darts this year as Michelle van der Horst. No doubt playing a lot of Super League and a lot of local league stuff, but see him chattering away to himself.
180. Michelle, you reckon
So
170.
prolific on the treble 20 bedders, Worsley today. Oh, this would be special. This would be incredible. He was chattering away, thinking, I want the big fish, and look at that reaction. Where's the crowd, he's saying? Absolutely outstanding dart, and the first time we've seen this week the big fish.
Well, like it's John to
Beautiful
throw
stuff.
first. Game on.
Yeah, after what only can be described as some mediocre darts, finds perfection. Funny old game.
Where did that come from?
140.
I think the shock on John Worsley's face was the highlight for me there.
44.
I think he has some adrenaline running through the veins right now.
Yeah, we had a fantastic crowd here on Saturday night. They really helped the guys up there. They do make an incredible
128.
difference. There's fantastic acoustics in the building. And don't forget, you can join us here on Saturday night. Just simply scan that barcode.
57.
There's a small booking fee there. I'd like to see you make one heck of a difference.
Yep, if you don't have the facility to scan that code, head over to
49.
www.dartshop.tv. All the information there. It's just a £2 booking fee. No charge for the ticket.
59.
Doors open around about 6 o'clock. Make a night of it. Great entertainment. A real unique darting experience.
100.
Yeah, potential to see Darryl Fitton, Martin Adams, some real legends. Andy Hamilton here this week. Looking forward to seeing how he's playing.
57. Johnny Raquire, 84.
Might even get a pick with you, Glenn, eh?
20 quid. Double six.
Game shot on the fourth leg. John
Levels your
Worsley.
Devils.
Two beautiful finishes in this game. The 170
Fifth leg is
from Van der
Michelle to throw
Horst,
first. Game on.
120 from Worsley. But that double six, they'll feel just as good there for John. Best of three match we have now from the top two.
60.
Show here is averaging 77.91 to, well, John Worsley, where he seems to have been all day in the 90s.
Yeah, these are good signs for John Worsley, whatever happens today.
60.
There was that unknown quantity. I think he's answered a few questions to himself. Perfect half for Van der Horst.
63. $100.
Match is in the balance. What is going to separate them? I would normally say a big finish, but we've seen two of them already in this
60.
game.
Yeah, both running at 33%, 2 from 6 on the doubles.
45.
The slip.
Yeah, there's a little nod there from Michelle to say, right, now is my time. Little nod again of appreciation. He's looking good, is
100.
Michelle. Understanding the situation he's in right now. And he's right up for the battle.
$95.
Did that just to stay in touch with Michelle. Follow that first start. There's loads of room to the
100.
left.
That
Acres.
was the bare minimum, wasn't it? Oh, we've seen the
59.
170. We've
Shall we
seen the
record
120.
118?
With 118, has he got Worsley's number?
Got still on. Double 19.
80. Johnny McGuire, 142.
Couple of options here. Goes the traditional route.
I didn't think it was as
90.
perfect.
Shall we
And
require
probably would have
38?
stayed on the treble 20 bed, but a chance here for Van der Horst.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Very aggressive, very
Michelle Van der
direct.
Horst.
And look at the response there. I've been so impressed with him today.
I think on them kind of doubles, you've got to be
John to throw
aggressive.
first. Game on.
If you're gonna burn a dart, do it first start. Nothing worse than just sort of throwing it in the general direction and
43.
hoping. Got to attack those doubles that don't break down.
Well, we started the day with a stunning 140 finish from John Worsley in the
81.
opening game. My favourite finish was the 156 that we saw from Colin McGarry, but then from absolutely nowhere from Michelle Van der Horst, where he seemed to be struggling in this game. But look at him now, he's feeling really chipper.
140.
John Worsley's also had that 160, hasn't he? Some big finishes on a day where
57.
most have struggled on the outer ring.
Yeah, it seems to be when they have the three darts in hand and singled double to hit.
48.
I was about to say it appears we're going all the way in this match. Just a little glimmer of a hope here, a little 140 for Michelle.
$97. $60.
Should go downstairs.
96.
That's a sensational last start. I just assumed he was going to go back upstairs because I thought it was blocking the treble 19 bed there. Deep in thought. Surely we're not going to see a second 170.
would be for the match.
140. Shall we require 170?
Well, the last one came from absolutely nowhere. It's not going to be. You can see the smile on his face.
98. Johnny
Good
requires
stuff with his
70.
last dart once again. John Worsley, this 70 has to go.
Double 10. Ooh,
50.
dear.
Michelle
That is
requires
final.
72.
Darts of the match.
The dart, the tops for the game to remain unbeaten, remember.
52. Johnny required 20.
Match dart has come and gone. Van der Horst. As
Game
John
shot the
Worsley
sixth
pins
leg.
the double 10.
John Worsley.
Extends it to a 7th and deciding leg. How important.
7th
Having
and
the
final
throw
leg
be
is
here.
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Well, statistically, John Worsley tops a lot of the charts here. Average 180s. That start there from Michelle van der Horst
140.
makes him a favourite for this match. And Worsley respond. His scoring power has been commendable.
121.
Great fight.
$80. $128.
Match is flip-flopping from one player to the other.
96.
Just when you think Worsley's taking control, that last treble from Van der Horst again. That last treble could be his real saviour in this match.
$22.
Well, it might not be the 100-plus averages. This has been a real delight, this game. Surprised at that dart, but that is well recovered.
91.
Needs at least one treble. Gets it. Love another. Oh dear,
85.
that's a disaster because
Shall we
just a
record
single 20 there
94?
leaves a very doable 130.
It was a bit of everything. What a dart that is. And what a
Game
finish that is
shot
from
and a
Michelle van der
match.
Horst. He
Michelle
has
van der
been
Horst.
superb today. 4 wins from 4. John Worsley asked him an awful lot of questions there. But it's Michelle van der Horst who sprints off the stage there. It's John Worsley with a higher average of 86.79. But Michelle van der Horst, that 170 finish being the real delight. He remains unbeaten. And all players have now played 4 out of their 5 games. So playing their final games up next, it's Bram van Dijk against Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Michel van der Horst got the better of John Worsley 4-3 in a top of the table affair. Van der Horst for 170 outshot before then winning the game with a 94. But in the last leg. So this is what it does then in terms of the league table. Michel now outright top of the table, having amassed 8 points. Worsley in second place on 6. Matt Clark and Neil Duff both for a couple of wins to their name. Conor McGarry with the solitary success, whilst Bram van Dijk is still awaiting his first win of the week so far. But he's got the opportunity to get it here because he's in action in our 13th game of the day. He's taken on the Northern Irish star, Colin McGarry. Watching this one down in the commentary box is Glenn Dowen and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, 4 cycles of games completed. 1 to go, and we start with Bram van Dijk against McGarry, and then it's Worsley against Duff in what could be a fascinating clash, and then Matt Clark will be taking on Michel van der Horst. See if he can keep
First leg,
his
it's
unbeaten
Bram
run
to throw
going.
first. Game on. $59. 100.
It was a better performance from
60.
Bram in the middle of the competition today, but just struggled to get over that winning line. For Colin McGarry, I think he'll want to go with at least 4 points today. I think he deserves for some of his performance today. I think
100.
when he self-reflects, he'll look back and think it should have been a little bit better than that.
Yeah, for sure. The blocks
60.
fairly sharpish in all of his early matches. Couldn't convert leads into the victories.
And big thanks
60.
to everyone watching on YouTube as well. But there's a lot of you watching right now who haven't subscribed to the MODUS Super Series. Just click the button. There's loads of additional stuff that you'll
58.
get, interviews and more highlights coming from there. So really appreciate you watching in on YouTube. But just click that subscribe button.
41.
Yeah, you get to see Glenn do his bullseye challenge. How did that go, Glenn?
I only threw one dart, hit the ball. So just then stood there like Cristiano Ronaldo for a minute.
100.
Just getting me ears. That's the only bull you hit all week, Glenn.
34. Brandon Rock 164.
That was a little messy for McGarry. So it's actually 6 starts here for young Bram. Besides, only needed the 3.
121.
Missed out on the double there, but he leaves himself a little 2-darter. Playing with a real smile on his face, but you just catch him at the back
59.
there.
Brandon Rock 43.
Trying to build himself up.
11. Colin McQuire 107.
Very raw, isn't he?
Yeah, he plays like most kids, really. Certainly talent there.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Do you think there's talent
32.
there?
$24. Colin McQuire 52.
A 6 missed start at a double for Bram. I don't anticipate that with McGarry.
20.
Oh, there you go.
Require 8. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, for people
Bram
watching,
van
if you're
Dijk.
seeing Colin McGarry for the first time, I can assure you he's much, much better than this. He
Second leg,
was
it's
my
Colin to throw first. Game
value
on.
bet for Group A. Like I said, a lot of it's based on that. I think is a really, really nice throw. You see, he's on debut here.
59.
Acclimatising to the situation, but I think he'd be left disappointed if he loses this game and leaves the day only on 2 points, Chris.
Yeah, that would be
60.
a tough pill to swallow, especially like I say, at times made some wonderful stuff. Like I said, he's just not been able to
92.
convert that into enough wins.
Well,
Well, he got a couple of 180s in his previous game after waiting 3 matches.
And it adds to that tally again. It's incredible what confidence can do to a player in this sport. But to be fair, he's played with real freedom today. I haven't seen an awful lot of tightness. And that confidence can make you play all of a sudden like this.
A nice sequence, this. 180, followed by a 140.
'84. Rami record 121.
And a bit of poor counting.
Won't get that from Bram.
I like that play when the opponent's not on a finish.
65.
It just takes the ball out of the equation at the end of the visit. And of course, as long as you stay straight, leaves you on a 2-dart kill.
56. Rami record 56.
But learn to love what you hate to do. These are the hours and hours. 56 finishes, 64. This type of situation, that's an area you need to improve it.
Yeah, I remember listening to an interview you did, and you said about how important it is not to worry about 1-2-1 up, but in around that 50, 60, 70.
However, it's a 110 that bails out Colin
McGarry.
And that is a real sickener to Bram van Dijk. He was already walking to the hockey there to go for that double 10. Wasn't watching the darts throw for Colin. Will that be the moment to spark him into life?
'43. '45. $100.
Good bounce back.
$140.
I have to say, Colin McGarry hasn't thrown his arms about. He hasn't been petulant.
$140.
He'd be disappointed. He's just warming up this game.
$60. $60. $60. Brammy Require
scrappy here.
158.
But not for the first time in their match. 6 darts and 158. 78 left. The right play leaves himself a 2-darter again.
Yep.
Giving himself opportunities, Mess.
43.
Main issue. 1 from 9 on the outer ring, Glenn.
20. Colin Require 153.
This would be a sickening blow. Paused by himself, though.
39. Brammy Require 40.
Play should be hitting the big numbers, not once but twice, but
game shot.
That's much better.
Bram van Dijk.
It was 1 from 10 going into that dart there. I was beginning to panic for him. Fair play to the young man.
Fourth against Collins to throw first. $100. $43.
So if you just join us, Bram van Dijk, 19-year-old from
83.
just near Eindhoven, in regular Super League with the likes of Luke Peters, Jerry Hendricks, who have played here.
131.
Players who were like James Beaton, Conor Arbery, Roman Bonetsky, Henry Coates, but when he has come up against the real top players in his career,
140.
Has been unsuccessful, but the experience he's getting this week will benefit him tenfold.
93.
Well, when you think, how long did you play before you got your opportunity under the lights? They're sort of getting a minimum.
140.
Well, four nights under the lights.
This is what the MODUS Super Season. That's why everyone wants to
52.
play.
You require
Like I said a
38.
million times, everybody in the Northeast is desperate to play here.
Just learned so much in such a short space of time. You know, back in the day, I made my
30.
debut, got beat, had to wait another year before I got on a stage.
$85. Colin, you require 8.
For 2-2. Great marker.
6.
That just sums up his day,
Brown, you
mate.
require
Oh, it
97.
does. Double 19. Treble 18 for double 12.
57.
Now he has to
Colin, you
hope.
require 2.
Nobody likes double 1.
One out, one in. There's the one out.
No score.
That's the
Brown, you
danger.
require 40.
No split 11s here.
A lonely place up there, let me tell you. Perfect marker.
Game shot,
Good
the 4th
stuff.
leg. Bram van Dijk.
Bram van Dijk, he leads 3-1. For himself in a fantastic position here.
Yeah, has the darts as
This
well
leg, it's
to
Bram to throw first.
get it done here
Game
and now.
Yeah, darts in the last 2 of the 3 if it goes the distance as well. So very much advantages for the man in your picture. Can he see it out?
56.
This is what he can do.
180.
That's why he looks a pretty dejected and disappointed man, because he knows what's in the locker.
140.
That's why it is one of the most frustrating
58.
sports there is. Give you so much and then take it away.
58.
Yeah, the highs are incredible. But the lows, and Colin McGarry 1 from 12 on the doubles in this game. They can hurt. Could be a long
59.
walk back to the hotel for Colin, that's for sure.
$140.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that looked especially nice. Good control. Good feel.
140. Bram, you require 107.
For the match.
67. Colin, you require 64.
Had one match start to pick up his first 2 points of the day. Colin is going to get one at tops to save it.
24. Bram, you require
Not
40.
to be. This is why you put the hours of practice in for moments like this.
Game
And it's bam bam
shot
from
on the
Bam.
match. Bram van
Excellent
Dijk.
darts in the end. He saves his best till the very end, and look at the bounce on his step there. He gets his first 2 points of the MODUS Super Series, and he is absolutely delighted. Forget the numbers he'd be saying. I've got 2 points, and I can go away a much happier man. But for Colin McGarry, woes on the doubles. They will hurt. They will sting. Can he bounce back tomorrow? Big game coming up next. It's John Worsley against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That man in your picture is Neil Duff. He's looking to make it a 3-2 day, the right side of the scoreline. But he takes on John Worsley, who won each of his opening 3 matches, but lost out in a last leg decider to Michel van der Horst last time out. Before the break, we saw Bram van Dijk get his first win of the day, getting the better of Colin McGarry by 4 legs to 1. But this is our 14th game. It's Worsley against Duff, and it's all being watched by Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, it was almost a perfect day for John Worsley. For Neil Duff, it's been a bit of a frustrating day. Both have had the highs and the lows, but who can finish on a real big win? Oh, Neil Duff was superb in his
First leg, it's John to throw first.
previous game against
Game
Colin
on.
McGarry. He'd be looking forward to test himself against John Worsley, who started the day sensationally well. It was just that defeat, a frustrating defeat to Michel van der Horst, and as he walked off the stage, I should have said sprinted off the stage, probably giving himself time just to get his thoughts back together and plan his attack here. I fancy this to be a real beauty of a game.
85. $100.
And as we touched on there, the reason he stays on that 20 bed is that flat dart he throws, where it's difficult for Duff with that same dart under the treble. Hence the reason he has to
58.
go downstairs on the 19. So both throw a very different, very flat dart as John Worsley.
It's almost a stacking technique, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the classic understacker. Well, that's a very traditional throw. And he throws it right, Neil Duff. He looks as good as anyone in this competition. I thought he was brilliant against McGarry, but I think he'll go away disappointed if he doesn't get over the line in this one, and he'll want to be on 6 points overnight and would join Worsley there. Will we see Van der Horst go to 10 points? He finishes the day.
140.
So that'll be a tough challenge against Matt Clark, who's also had the highs and lows today. But go for the bull.
96. Johnny require 40.
For the first leg in record time.
Game shot on the first leg. John Worsley.
Great dart, Mason. In a sense, he had to move across there because as good as a marker that first dart looked, the way his dart sat,
to throw first.
he had to move across and cracking dart.
Yeah, had to be a little creative.
60. $140.
Very good here, isn't he?
Well, if the award went to the highest scorer today, surely it's got to be John Worsley.
Yeah.
134.
If he can get his doubles right, all of a sudden he becomes in contention to actually win the week.
Yeah, for sure.
I was about to say that's how powerful his scoring was. He hits a 5 and a 1.
Of course.
Why do we do this?
66.
Great recovery and a little wry smile and the shake of the head.
I'm sure they've got earphones that can hear us.
45. $43.
Stunning.
180.
Never in doubt after dart 1.
Yeah, when he gets all the components right, many of the dart players, of course.
81.
Don't win
We
legs.
require 82.
Not having all the talent. He's at the centre. Perfection.
Game
Good couple
shot
of moments for
second
Neil
leg.
Duff. That beautiful
Neil
180. And then 82 in 2 darts.
Yeah, nice sequence that. Level things up.
Delegates John to throw first. Game on. $58.
First little chance here for Neil.
$100.
A very quirky throw is John Worsley's, the way he stamps that hand, and it's a real long way to pull that
95.
dart back to his face. Sure, Neil's going more to the left of the hockey, but I tell you what, he's finding it really beautiful right now.
100. $140.
Was how when a senior is playing, they're wearing the shoes. So many of these players now are
60.
wearing a trainer type shoe. Lovely and smart is Neil Duff.
$45.
You see, lovely and smart. I wore my mallet this week I got for Christmas, but I played like Timmy Mallet.
Another max
180.
for Neil Duff.
$97. Now he requires 61. Game shot in the third leg.
Once again, he hit that bullseye. Once again, didn't particularly want it this time. Big smile on his face. Make no mistake on the big
Neil to
number.
throw first. Game on.
And really clinical on that double four there. Good times for Neil Duff. He started the day with a win. Had a bit of a wobble in the middle of the day. I thought he was superb in game 4.
59.
This would be a big victory. I think he'd walk away with 6 points thinking, yeah, that's okay. I'm still in the mix. And probably we're looking for a favour from Matt Clark in the last game.
Yeah, all the players will be
100.
supporting Matt Clark in that one just to see if they can reduce the gap. There'll be an opportunity if Worsley doesn't win
60.
this one. But he could pull 4 clear overnight. Feeling there's another twist to this one.
Yeah, I think Michelle's will be thinking, how on earth have I won 4 out of 4? He's been nowhere near his best either. So on the positive side, I might think there's more to come.
47.
Well, I'm none the wiser who's going to top the group after today. I think they've all had highs. Been their frustrations.
37.
Still think there's an awful lot of quality. I do like the Tuesday in Group A, moving Tuesday as we call it here at the MODUS Super Series.
58. $100. $76. Turn number 104.
This is for 2-2. What a beautiful dart, a double 12.
Game shot in the fourth.
Clean
leg.
as a whistle.
John Worsley.
We were talking a little bit premature there of Neil Duff winning this game and talking about that and
Fifth leg is John to throw first. Game on.
As that John Worsley's had, he could very easily have been unbeaten today. That loss to Michael van der Horst will have hurt a little bit. But 4 wins out of 5 for Worsley.
21.
It'll be a case of job done today.
Yeah, for sure. Too many players that wouldn't take 4 from 5 on day 1.
85.
Sets you up for the remaining 2 days of this Group A. Joining us for the first time, the 6 players in this Group A.
125.
Each other once each day. 3 days. The winner goes straight through to Saturday night's final. Positions
45.
2 and 3 go into Thursday and Friday nights Group B, where there's 5 players in that field, with the top 3 going through. So that's the incentive. 4, 5, and 6 are back for Group C, where only 2 progress to make up a 6-player final. They're divided into 2 groups of 3. The top 2 right into the semi-finals, and that's followed by the final. The winner taking away £5,000 and a place in Champions Week, but they have the opportunity to win £20,000.
Game
and with
shot
darts
the
like that,
fifth leg.
he would have every
John
chance of winning the
Worsley.
week. We have been spoilt rotten with big finishes today. We've already seen a 160 from John Worsley today.
Neil to throw first.
We've seen
Game
170s, 156s, and add a 158 to it. That was beautiful. And those good moments Neil Duff were having at the beginning of this game, John Worsley in the last 2 legs
85.
has been absolutely stunning.
We've had 10 ton plus outs. This is some performance from Worsley. We're into leg 6 of this match, so certainly a big enough sample.
97.
Yeah, we get a bit excited here with the averages when in the early games, but yeah, we're coming to the conclusion of this game and still averaging over 100.
81.
Just keeps finding it and finding it.
95. 100.
May start downstairs here, will John? Looks like his eyes are still on the top. Should go downstairs now.
139.
Has to stay there because that's a cracking dart. He had to stay there at least to give him the option of going for the 25 with the last dart. Two of the toughest finishers. We've seen it today already, remember?
98. Now we
Where Worsley's playing. Fearless 135 has to go. He's so good on that bullseye today.
83.
This for the match.
Been some performance. Double 18 to give us, it would have given us our first ton-topping average.
Game shot out.
Finds the double 9, and it is a ton topper.
Worsley.
100.08 for John Worsley. And a lovely 158 in there. And Neil Duff, 86.36 on the average. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. And for the second time today, John Worsley completes a match in 4 from 6 for 66.67% on the doubles. So he ends his day on a real high. Our final game is Matt Clark against Michel van der Vorst.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, we saw John Worsley put in the best performance from anybody today. The first average in excess of a ton, 100.08, in getting the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. Well, Michel van der Horst has been perfect so far today. And if he gets a better of a Matt Clark here, he can complete the card. Can he do it? Let's find out. Glenn Duvan, Chris Mason.
First.
Thank you, Henry.
Game on.
Well, you know, either be locked with John Worsley on 8 points or be our overnight leader. Clark with just 2 wins today. Would love to finish his day just 2 points off the top of the table. Currently sat on 4 points.
59.
Neil Duff also will remain on 4 points overnight. Bram van Dijk also with 1 win alongside Colin McGarry.
Whoa!
He fancies the job.
180.
Yeah, it might be surprising an awful lot of people the way Van der Horst is playing.
Certainly surprising me.
Well, it ain't surprising me because I know what he can do.
140.
It's just that when you've not been playing as competitive, I'm surprised that he is, if that makes any sense.
No, totally get it. Well, that was my fear for him.
60.
Has he been playing and in any kind of environment as competitive as this one? He obviously has.
I'll tell you what, if he wins this game, we may even get a
100.
chat with him on the stage. So they're the kind of questions I'd like to ask him.
Just look more and more likely and more comfortable as the day has gone on.
85.
Yeah, just remember, he has played at the Grand Slam of darts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good pedigree. But if you're a statistical person and looking at current form, etc., there's absolutely nothing on Michael van der Horst. He's as if he's gone missing a little bit. Well, he certainly hasn't today. He's been superb. But at times today, so has Matt Clark. 68 points away from this opening leg. It's going to be the single dart or a double. That dart or a double is tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
So good.
Matt Clark.
15 darter.
Second leg is Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and it's whatever stats he has been putting out there is his seasonal numbers, averaging around 82.
100.
The highest ever TV average, 89.69. But you're right, from 2017, completely off the radar.
100.
Someone you didn't want to play on the floor, so it's nice to see him playing well on the stage today.
Yeah, he played on a Euro tour
58.
2016.
$60.
Yeah, just like his reactions while he's watching Matt throw. He's nodding ahead when he's not in the trebles. He's really focusing and, like I say, he's really motivating himself.
57.
Just generally, all around, it's been a great day for Michelle.
The last time he was here in June of last year, pretty much lost as many games as he won.
100.
He'd have a win over Thibaut Chacol and Lisa Ashton. Tommy Morris. In fact, he had a couple of wins over Thibaut Chacol and Lisa Ashton.
42.
But that's it. There's no other data from
54.
June of last year.
Yeah, he played at Lakeside. The Scott Mitchell won it. And in his first round, his prelim game, beat David Cameron, who's been shown what he's all about on the seniors tour, but lost to Jamie Hughes when he was travelling an awful lot. So
45. Shall we require 132?
hopefully we'll learn a little bit more about him this week and have a little chat with him. See where he is with his game. Looking pretty much okay.
104.
Sets him up nicely there for double 14.
Require 133.
Oh, treble 20, treble 19, double 8. There's the treble 20. Confirming on a referee, Owen Biggs, that it is
28.
54 left, so he's left tops just in case.
21.
Cannot afford to do that
40.
against Matt Clark.
Yeah, he just slammed that last dart. That's the real first sign of him shaking his head. Like I say, his demeanour's been really good. And this man can just drill you. No shaking of the head. There'll be no celebrating from Matt Clark. Just does that.
On the second leg.
He is
Matt
so
Clark.
impressive, is Matt Clark. When you chat with him, I guess people will be talking about the pace of the way he throws. But I tell you what, when you dissect his game, he's very, very solid. And you say you've played him at your best mace as well, and
Yeah,
let's give him
to crack.
Yeah, give him some credit.
97.
He's one of those players that did go under the radar because he was quite quiet, quite laid back. Nothing gimmicky about him back then. He was just a proper straight up dart player.
Yeah, we used to have a dart player who was pretty much the top dog in our area for a long time. A guy called Chris Hornby, and he spoke so well of this guy.
Yeah, remember Chris?
180.
Good player.
Outstanding.
$100. $38.
Vanderhaar's just looking at the scores there. Noni needs a couple of trebles as this game is beginning to run away from him.
131.
He's left that 170 again.
That's what sparked him into life in his previous game. The in-play table, if Matt Clark was to win this game.
60.
That's pretty much a
Shall we
fair
require
assessment of the way the day's gone.
170?
Well, it was a 170 that sparked him into life last time.
145.
That's an incredible effort.
Require 126.
He fancied it.
He was chattering away, wasn't he? At the aggression.
That's a poor one, that.
You just don't often see it from Clark. No, I think we were all surprised that.
94. Shall we require 25?
Left it handy. Again, there's pressure on this 25. Dear.
21.
Don't you just love that when they go in?
I think I went 5 double 1 a couple of times when I was so angry when I missed the big number. Clark for 3-0.
Being very much the punisher.
On the third leg.
He punishes
Matt
again.
Clark.
Only averaging 83.5 to Vanderhorst 88.5. He's 3 from 7 on the doubles. Vanderhorst 1 from 4.
Yeah, let's look at each individual player now, Chris. Colin McGarry's got to be disappointed. He'll be bottom of the table overnight, no matter what.
Yeah, he. Yeah, it was a very strange day for him because I think he played a lot better than the table suggests, seeing him at the foot of the table. I think he'll bounce back.
43.
Young Bram will be happy to get a win under his belt, and I think we saw enough there that, you know, the fundamentals are there.
Yeah, for him, I think it's
59.
more of a box-ticking exercise and just to learn from. It's a great experienced group, and we've got some really experienced players coming in later on in the week, so he will learn so much.
Neil Duff, I don't think he'll be very happy with the situation, but I think at times he showed signs, Chris.
97.
Yeah, there was certainly evidence that his game's in a reasonably good spot.
And I think the other three players will go away happy. Matt Clark will realise that his game's
96.
there. Possibly will end up unlucky on 6 points. That's how good he was early doors and wasn't getting the results. Van der Horst answered a lot of questions to himself, and Worsley has scored for fun today. He's been, for me, he was the standout player.
60.
If Matt Clark gets the job done here, it will be Worsley out on top.
95.
Leg difference.
$81.
We've pretty much written him off at 3-0 down here, Michelle, but
85.
yeah, that was a little slapdash, that last start. Matt Clark just looking there, and you see 220. He won at least 140.
$60. Michelle, you require
Double 20s
109.
took a real bashing today.
Yeah, he just seems to be holding his arm a little bit there, does Matt.
84.
Got a few darts at their bullseyes, Michelle.
Matt, you require 160.
But the day has been littered with big finishes. Are we going to end with one?
Already seen one of these. Going to see another, but have to leave 60.
60. Michelle, you require 25.
To get back in this match, he was a little bit ragged on the 25 finish last time.
21.
That continues.
Can Matt Clark
Matt, you
get
require
it done
100.
here? Double 20. The tops. See the area he mops up in. Right. Is he going to go tops? He doesn't like that. Risked it
60.
rather than going
Michelle,
for
you
the
require
tops.
4.
This is certainly his last chance. And he
Games on
gets
the
it.
4th egg. Michelle van der Horst.
Just delaying the inevitable.
5th leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Or is it just
Game
one of
on.
those days when absolutely everything goes right for you? I think the saving grace of Matt Clark is he doesn't think, and I don't mind. I mean, that is a real positive. I don't think he'll be
140.
thinking, I should be off this stage by now. I think he'll just be focused on this leg of dart, and that's one of Matt Clark's real strengths. Whereas Michelle will be thinking, I should be off the stage now with 8 points. I'm still in the running, so let me darts fly.
Yeah, Matt Clark's strength, he just doesn't get emotionally invested. Just remains stoic. And again, that's another attribute that makes him incredibly hard to beat.
100.
For aspiring dart players, just look at the concentration as Matt Clark throws a dart. Hey, steady on, Michelle, steady on.
180.
Giving us a 170. Is he going to give us a 9-darter?
$100. Michelle, we require 141.
Well, it's been an incredible day for Michelle van der Horst. And this could be something absolutely sensational.
117. Matt, you require 161.
Couldn't have been any closer.
Wow.
Superb effort, and it's come from absolutely nowhere.
43.
And
Shall we
not a
require
hint of reaction from
24?
either player. What a
Game
beautiful
shot on the
leg of
fifth
dart,
leg.
Michelle van der Horst.
Michelle van der Horst.
No doubt you'll be watching this leg back. That was so impressive. And
Sixth
oh,
leg
I
is
nearly fell off
Michelle
my
to
chair
throw
there because that
first.
double 12 I
Game
thought was in.
on.
Pretty sure when it left his hand, he would have thought it was in. Best leg of the day so far.
100.
He's reborn here, isn't he? He should have been up the stage. It's incredible what your body can tell you. And right now, he is absolutely flying.
How often do we see it when a player goes well behind and thinks he's beat, and then he plays his best darts, the shoulders open, they get relaxed,
140.
and they can actually enjoy the moment. That is, of course, until you get back to level, and then the nerves play their part all over again.
41.
Darks Demar here, stolen the darts. Again, controlling the pace.
$100.
Another enjoyable battle. Nearly had that magic moment there from Michelle.
60.
Last time I was here, I saw that staggering moment from Darryl Pilgrim with a 9 dart and that incredible highest ever average seen on that stage.
100.
But I don't know, there was just been something special because I know Michelle going back and the fact that he's absolutely flying today, that would have been a really magic moment here at the MODUS Super
Now you
Series.
require
Would have been the icing on the cake, wouldn't
161.
it? Matt Clark, 2 visits to get this done. I need them.
Just love the fact there's no reaction, and that for me is one of the reasons why
81.
the second dart goes in the treble.
Yeah, that's a real.
No throwing your arms about, no sulking. Real credit to him.
Yeah, it's one of his strengths.
99. Matt, you require 80.
Double 20, double 10. 20 tops to finishing off. Maybe not a decent day in terms of results, but Matt Clark's played very well at times today. And gets the job done this time.
Matt Clark.
To inflict the first defeat today for Michelle van der Horst. Up to that point, he was 4 from 4, but what a fabulous effort that was on the 9 darter. The average is there, slightly higher than Matt Clark's, 87.53. D4, 180 in there. 3 to Michelle, 1 to Matt Clark. But finishing there from Matt, 4 from 8, 50%. Much more efficient. So it is John Worsley who will lead overnight ahead of Michelle. Matt Clark sat in 3rd spot, Duff in 4th, Bram in 5th, and surprisingly, at the foot of the table, it's Colin McGarry. Well, Glenn has joined Henry on stage, and we'll just have a quick reflection on today's action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace. Yeah, Glenn joining me up here on stage now. Michelle, such a good day. Look, defeat in the last game, but look, let's take the positive out today. He came into this as one of the outsiders. He won his first 4 and was convincing in those games as well.
Yeah, he's had a good day. Michelle van der Horst is a guy who was probably his best was around about 2016. It'd be interesting to see what he's been doing the past couple of years, but that's what the MODUS Super Series done. He's had his time here in June last year. He's come today, didn't get the headlines, was no favouritism, 4 out of 4, and then we nearly had that incredible magic moment. A great day for the Dutchman.
And he came off stage just a couple of moments ago, and he was going like that, because it was that close to the 9, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was it. Well, I thought it was in. You know, it was just an incredible moment. You get some fantastic moments sat there, and it sort of came from nowhere, the 170, and then the 9 darter was just, I mean, it couldn't have been any closer.
And we saw this at points, didn't we, the last time he was here, that there was magic moments, wasn't there, at points from him. And he showed that again today, but in a more consistent spells.
Like I said, he's played at Lakeside, he's played at the Grand Slam, it's no shock. And like I said to Mace, sort of joking aside, I played on a floor event once and he went something like 10, 11 and 12. So he's a great talent. Like I said, he's always dressed that way. When you go to play him, you think he's a non-dart player, etc. And, you know, you can get your dreams back when you're playing this stage. Massive prizes out there right now. And he's put himself in a fantastic position of topping the group.
Most definitely has. So this is what we've seen then so far today. 15 games have come and gone. And it's been an intriguing day, hasn't it? It was a group that we thought maybe would slide one way and then the other. And it kind of proved to be the case, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think there'll be a couple of disappointed players. And I think both of them are from Northern Ireland. I think Colin McGarry will be disappointed because he is a brilliant player, Colin McGarry. He was the guy who I thought was had a real good chance of getting there. Neil Duff will be somebody who is probably thinking his game is there but just hasn't delivered. But I think the rest of them, young Bram got his win under the belt. He'll come back really chipper tomorrow. And I think the other top three put a real stellar performances in.
Well, the performer of the day was John Worsley in the end. Averages in excess of 90 pretty much every game. Then he had that ton-plus average to finish. Now, we thought that he could be a player. If he had enough there in the tank, he'd be able to do some good stuff. It was proof in the pudding, most definitely there.
Henry, his scoring was as good as I've seen sat in that chair. His scoring was fantastic. If he can put his doubles together. And remember, I asked him at the beginning of the day, you know, how's the form? He said, I'm not practicing, Glenn. I've got a pub now and I've come here. And I thought maybe he'll play himself into form. And then to see him favourite, that was a surprise to me. But boy, was I wrong? Was he wrong? He was brilliant today.
How good was the 158?
Look, the 170, 160, 158, 156, there was a real masterclass of finishing. The problems is when people had like the 2-dart finishes or 3 darts in the hand going for a double there. That was an area that could improve, but some of the high-class finishing today was top draw.
It most certainly was. You mentioned Neil Duff there. He'll be disappointed with the day as a whole. There was glimpses, there were signs, but not quite the results that he would want.
At times, when he gets the component right, he has this unique style of moving over to the left-hand side. His body moves to the left, and when everything was in sync, you know, he looked really good. So if he looks at it quite positively, I think he'll think the game's not too far away. It's only Monday. There's still a long way to go. As Mace said in his opening line, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So Neil Duff shouldn't be too dejected, but knowing him like I do, I think he could bounce back tomorrow, move in Tuesday for a reason.
What would be your overall assessment of Colin McGarry's first day here?
Extremely disappointed because I'm a huge fan. And that huge fan is based on the fact that I think he's got a wonderful throw. I think he stands there. For me, put your Northern Ireland shirt on, Colin, because every time I've played him or seen him play, you know, he's produced some of his best out with his national colours on. He's a much better player than he produced today.
Well, let's have a look and see what the table is saying and following the conclusion of the first day's worth of fixtures. And I also want to talk about Bram van Dijk, the Dutch player, the qualifier through the ADC, a player that I think as the day went along, we saw a lot more positive signs from.
Yeah, I've got to say thank you to Brian Roman as well, who's been feeding me information today, which has been great about him. And he played with a smile on his face, a lot of rhythm in his throw, so he does the fundamentals right. Long way to go. It's just he's in his infancy of his journey. That last win was a big win for him.
It most certainly was. And as you saw there, Van der Horst, Worsley both on it. But Matt Clark on 6 points. And look, we know what he does here at the Super Series.
I thought he was great. I thought he was great. He just does what Matt Clark does, doesn't he? He's just his pace. Every dart is the same. He does so many things so right. He loves it here. He knows how to win here. He's still got a big part to play this week.
Are we expecting a couple of players to make moves on Tuesday, in particular Neil Duff?
Yeah, I would say Neil Duff. The top three are going to be very happy. The top three will be thinking, I can come through this group now. However, I think the one player who will be a little disappointed who can still top the group is Neil Duff.
Well, it's been quite the Monday, hasn't it, Glenn?
Excellent, competitive, all to play for.
Enjoyed sitting in the commentary box again?
Absolutely, yeah. That's my happy place these days, but this stage is fantastic. This is where people want to play, and that's why we stay fantastic darts. I've got no bitter memories of being here. It is what it is, but I'm in my happy place in there and looking forward to a fantastic rest of the week.
Just remember, Chris Mason's the only commentator to have won on this particular stage. Glenn, thank you for your company. I shall see you tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow, 9:30. We're on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel to see what happens on day 2 of Group A here in Week 8, where Michelle and John, well, they tie the lead, and Matt Clark doing what he does at the Super Series, keeping himself in the mix. Bye for now.